Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, April the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Okay, guys, thanks for, I just need a couple of yeses, but thank you, William. We already answered. Hear me, see my screen. Again, if any problems with the mic, just let me know. I can always do a fix within the trading room, okay? So, what's happening this morning? So, obviously, this LASE exploded. Hasn't really pulled back that much. They had some news trading higher after the company announced it secured an order for its laser tower, et cetera, from L3 Harris Technologies. Low float, 8 million in the float. And the next highs on the weekly chart around $4. So could be a target where it might stall if it wants to keep going. But what a massive move so far. 23 million shares have traded. Meanwhile, I have to draw your attention. I was a little bit light on my, well, it was a pseudo projection, okay? DXYZ, I was somewhat jokingly saying this could hit 100 tomorrow, yesterday. DXYZ. I don't know if you saw this after hours, but my goodness. So it hit after hours, it hit 119. This morning, it hit 122. It pulled all the way back down to 92. Now it's over a dollar again. Man, oh man, the swings on this one. So let's take a look at some of the other high flyers. ACRV this morning. ACRV. Come on. So we're starting to see a little bit of a difference now. It used to be, I would say, I mean, this is not scientific, but maybe 90%, maybe 95% of the time when a company did a financing, the stock would always move down, certainly usually below the financing price. But we're seeing a few more that are not reacting the same way. So this one, they've done $130 million financing at 850 a share. It's above the financing price. This is ACRV, okay? Raising a lot of money. And again, it's above the financing price of 850 a share through the 200-day moving average also. And that is ACRV. William, which is the one I was thinking of you. How about INMD, guy? INMD. So this is gap down on. No, I'm sorry, there was another one, but this is gapping down. Obviously, it's down more than 4% now, but after the company decreases its 2024 revenue guidance. So they don't actually release earnings until May the 7th, but they've decided to precondition the market, okay, that whatever we're going to release is not going to be that great. So this is gap down almost 10% now, INMD. MYMD, this was active yesterday. MYMD, this was active yesterday. You can see the daily candle of it yesterday and a lot of volume. Actually, it wasn't a lot of volume. No, wait a minute. Yeah, I mean, there was only 200, is that right? Only 214,000 shares yesterday, 5.2 million today already, okay? Gotta make sure that's not the candle. Yeah, and that was wow. So huge volume increase now for MYMD. It had a big day yesterday, but on only 214,000 shares, it has already traded 5.2 million, only 1.84 million in the float. So let's take a look at this one. It looks like around 450 or so in the next highs, looking left on the weekly chart. So that is a massive volume increase for MYMD. On the downside, Vince, maybe this is the one I was thinking of. Vince, no, I mean, if remember this run for Vince, the INC, it ran from $1.30 all the way up to almost, almost $9.50. That was about 5 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, and now today down to 161, trading lower after the company presented phase one data. So this is just getting thumped on that. The INC, all that good work almost disappeared in this one day. It was already in a bit of a downtrend, but boy, this one day is wiping all this out also. And that is VINC. Tilray, well, big cannabis player out of Canada, of course. Tilray, TLRY, getting hit pretty hard, down 15%. This is an earnings play for Tilray, TLRY. I think it's dragging down most of the other cannabis plays. Now, this one, that's PRFX. Where are you? Are you still around here somewhere? Maybe not. This had a big gap up and then a complete pullback. But here's Pineapple, the Pineapple Express, PAPL, very low float, 4.3 million, Canadian company. A lot of volume so far for it right now, 350,000 shares. But another one, yeah, this is one I was also thinking about, up to 214, pulling all the way back down to 150. And I think that's the same thing that happened with there we are, PRFX, same kind of thing. You're going to see a big topping tail. Boy, I'm getting bad response so far. Come on. PRFX, big topping tail, 318, right back down to 190. Probably another low float. Israeli company, 1.65 million in the float. They did have some news, announces results. From whatever they do, hmm, ACRV guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, ACRV, still moving higher, even though they've done the financing at what did I say, 850? Should have written it down. Yeah, 850. I'm going to write that down. So an 850 financing, still moving higher on that financing. Not shortable for me. You know, my inclination is that it might start to fade down towards the financing price, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, let me take a look at another one. ADXN. ADXN, is it? Yeah, it's still here. ADXN. A lot of times when I look at these things that are flying and I look, 15 minutes later, they're nowhere to be found. But ADXN is still, now this, we have it halted. Is this, I don't see the halt at Interactive Brokers, but I do not see it really trading. So ADXN, looks like this is halted, ADXN. And this looks like in the pre-market, it got all the way up to $35. It's not a low float, though, 148 million. So I'm not sure I understand what's going on with this one, with the ADXN. Normally in Interactive Brokers, I'll see a big red dot and that it's halted, but I do not see right here. Usually I'll see it red, but it appears on our chart that it's halted. So, and I don't really see that it's trading. Yeah, thanks, Kareem. But I don't see that it's trading. So this has to be and I also don't see any news on it that it's halted. And this has to be a news halt because stocks in the pre-market do not, as far as I know anyway, do not get volatility halts. So this has to be some kind of a news halt. It is trading. Well, let me just check here because 84,000, and it seems to me that it's been stuck here at 2644 for the longest time, but maybe I'm wrong. Just want to see if this changes. I just have to remember this 84,000. So if that 84,000 changes, it isn't halted. Okay. Just so we have it here halted. Okay. It is trading because it just popped up. Okay. Just kind of strange. The only reason I said that is just because we have it halted up here. So otherwise I wouldn't have even brought it up. So the SPY, we're in for a nice, a reasonable pop this morning. Look at ACRV, guys. I mean, it's still, boy, that holding over 10 now. Stonks in our YouTube room saying that Centerpoint has shorts for LASC, LASC. Now, there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, this GCTS is just getting kicked now. No shorts for me for this one either. So this is now an all-time low, almost a low. Well, not quite, almost an all-time low. GCTS. This is, of course, the one that 2 weeks ago had the big surge. It was a SPAC, turned into GCTS, or was it an IPO? I can't remember anymore. Anyway, whatever it was, AI had some deal with NVIDIA. Just had an absolutely monster first day, but it's given it all up and more. That's right. Well, yes, 15-day and week, yes. Abijay, yes. Boy, if I could ever time this DXYZ, I mean, this is just, I mean, wild swings here. And there are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, but man, oh man. All right, guys, let's take a look. What time is it now? 9:13. So let's take a look at the sectors. So just a different way of presenting this. You can also go to the channel bar, of course. All right. So what you're seeing here, so there's energy, XLE. This is the main ETF for energy. 65% in green. What does that mean? 65% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. But you can see right here, TRGP. So this might be one to keep an eye on. TRGP, that's down quite a bit, 2%. Yeah, keep an eye on TRGP. It's sort of standing out. Most of the stocks are up for the day or up from yesterday's close, whereas TRGP is down quite a bit on a percentage basis. So I would keep an eye on TRGP. I don't know if it's just going to see if it's an earnings play. It is not an earnings play today. So anyway, but TRGP. Thank you, Casa. So that was the SPAC. That's what I thought. GCTS. So let's see. Most of the sectors, yeah, 50-50 for communications. As I say, we're in for a positive open. Now, if you want to take now, look at UNG, gas play. These are some of the main. These are some of the ETFs. I think Andy. I think I'm trying to remember. Somebody at Trade Ideas. It might have been. It might be Andy. Andy might be in our YouTube room, by the way, today. I think Michael has to take the day off. All right, just trying to see if there's anything that's really standing out. I mean, this TRGP really is standing out, guys. So I'm going to take a look at TRGP. I'm going to close this down now. Ah, it's only 567,000 shares. So, okay. I'm sorry, 567 shares, not 567,000. So never mind. Okay, guys. Now I am looking at so this ALCC from yesterday, ALCC from yesterday. So kind of intrigues me. I think it hit. I mean, look what it did in the pre-market. Got up to 1833. This is this one by the I guess the guy who's what's the correct term? Developed OpenAI, the founder of OpenAI, Sam Altman. What's the correct term? I don't know what the correct term is. Anyway, super involved with OpenAI, the CEO of OpenAI. Okay, thank you. So anyway, this is his SPAC. We had big news yesterday. Been on a it's been on a run, and it's pulled back a bit now, but it's still up a little bit. But it did hit in the pre-market up to 18 something. CGNT is also an earnings play. I don't know how exciting it is, but CGNT is also an earnings play with an Israeli company. A lot of Israeli companies over the last few years we've seen. Good AM to you too, Deborah. Yeah, Neo, you're right. NEOG is also an earnings play. NEOG is also an earnings play. Got down a bit. Well, actually, quite a bit, 11% on earnings so far. Real big bottoming tail down to 1051. Pop up back up to 1273. Don't know how much volume that was though. Why are there so many earnings plays? How do I answer that question? First of all, there are not that many. We're not in earnings season really. Next week, we start in earnest again. Some of the big banks release, and then after that, we'll really get into our earnings season. But I don't know how to answer that question. When a company releases earnings, that that it becomes an earnings play, but there's certainly not that many. In 2 or 3 weeks, we'll see. This list will be packed. This will be absolutely full in the pre-market. Well, no, not every. Okay, every time a company releases earnings, it's an earnings play. No, no, only if it's been moving in the pre. I mean, some earnings plays are sort of not events, but if a stock is moved, I mean, here's Tilray down 15% on earnings, NEOG down 11% on earnings, things like that. So if a stock has any sort of a move in it, it becomes an earnings play. So take a look at ARM. You got wow, yeah, no kidding. ARM. So somebody said that ARM shares are trading higher after Google reportedly unveiled an ARM-based data center processor. Okay, wildly successful IPO, guys. I mean, it's pulled back from the all-time highs at 164, but still, this has been a really, really good one. I really can't, Ashish. I mean, that's Jamie. Okay. Yes. Okay. So I should always explain this. So there were two trading rooms going on at the same time. Okay. So Dan Guerra, um, there are two trading rooms, both basically the same. You can hear me, see my screen. But if you're looking for more action in that there's a lot more activity amongst traders, I will direct you to the main room. You're in our YouTube room. It's fine to stay there. Yeah, and I should always remember when I'm talking to somebody, mention what room I'm talking to somebody in. Okay. So Ashish, all you really should do, in my opinion, is just take a look at it. Okay. I would take that top list and just look at the filters that are involved. I really can't speak too much about it because that is Jamie put that together. He's a big opening range break guy. And this is what Ashish is talking about. So there are some new channels. I wasn't sure if you guys had access to them yet, but this is the one, the opening range break. You can take a look at it, and anybody can take a look at it. Of course, the opening range break. And what I would do is this: I would take this top list. Okay, right now, of course, the market hasn't opened, so obviously there's no opening range breaks yet. But just take a look at it, configure, and you'll see exactly what it's looking for. Okay, exactly what it's looking for. And what you can do is you don't have to stare at the entire channel. You can do something like this. I actually did this yesterday. A lot. I get a lot of the same in my relative strength from the open, but this is what I did. And all you have to do is take this, is right click and duplicate it into a free floating window. And when you do that, now it's free floating. Now you don't have to, because for me, I don't have to look at this entire channel. If all I'm really interested is in this top list, which will actually is to show the tree map. So you'll see the symbols front and center. Okay. Then you can incorporate this if you want as part of your layout. Hopefully that all makes sense. How to trade it? I mean, obviously it's up to you. A lot of it, you're going to see what time is it now? Like 9:23. So I'll get rid of this layout here. And when I get my other layout, you'll see that my relative strengths from the close, a lot of duplicates are in that. Duplicates in that if you take a look at the opening range breaks, you're going to see a lot of the same stocks, but sometimes you will see some different ones. That's what I saw yesterday anyway. Boy, look at that. Lays now getting closer and closer to that 4 level, which could. Oh, that's interesting. There we are. So there's the 4 level right there. 404 is the next 405 actually, the next high looking left. Okay, guys, I'm going to load my my layout that I use for when the market opens. So give me a moment. Close all my unpinned ones. Okay, just waiting for everything to load now. Okay, so now I'm getting set for this open, guys. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit before I hop into anything. I'm not recommending you to do the same thing. Wild move though for this laser, guys. LASC, very wild move. No clue this was going to happen yesterday or the previous few days. In fact, this was been sort of a downtrend. All right, guys, I'm just taking a look at some of my thumbnail charts here. I have to maybe keep an eye on the PRFX for later. So that's a pretty drastic pullback, though. I mean, that got it way up here to 320, right back down to 192. Had some news, outperforms rival medicine under various testing conditions. That's what they pumped. That's what they put out anyway. So INMD, boy, I mean, it actually, yeah, nice move now. Nice pop, to say the least. 1772, almost a dollar off the lows here. INMD. I mean, again, this is sort of a pre-release of earnings. May the 7th is earnings, but they're basically put out some guidance suggesting that it's not going to be that great. And the ACRV. Again, if I had shorts available, this would be my bias would be to see if it floats down to that 850 financing area. But I have no shorts available, Interactive Brokers, so it is a moot point for me. I do see this RVSN, but these guys, they pump up these. Yeah, here's another little press release about them. Announced that it secured an order for its AI-powered switch yard system from a Class 1, et cetera. This is what these guys do now. I mean, it got really exciting. How long ago was this? The first time? Yeah, in January, actually, end of January, when this company kept putting out press release after press release after press release, got up to $23. But I think the market is getting a little wise to it now. So I don't know. I mean, maybe today it'll persist a bit, but yes, it's up 22%. 1 minute. Thank you, Williams. Yeah, 1 minute to the open, guys. Now, just very quickly, if you have the AI or premium service, this is what I would do. Okay, make sure. Why is this up here? Okay, make sure. Just go to new and then premium AI strategy trades window, the middle one. There are three that say premium AI. Premium straight AI strategy trades window. Okay, this is the window that you'll see when you open it. No trades, no alerts will happen until at least 9:40. At least 9:40. Not that you'll get any at 9:40 necessarily, but nothing will happen before 9:40. Okay. All right. We are now open. So let's see what happens now. Again, I don't like to trade in the first 15. Yeah, lays right at 4 and then breaking out over 4 now. LASE. and breaking out in a massive way now, LASE. Remember Perry from yesterday, guys? PERI from yesterday at yesterday's low now. PERI from yesterday. Big, big gap down. Continuing down a bit now. All right, MYMD, guys. MYMD making a market high. MYMD making it. We're trying to find it here. MYMD making a market high now. Pre-market high way up here at around 418. Massive volume increase from yesterday, and yesterday was a great day. But look at the massive volume increase for this one, MYMD. Hopefully, you can see on my daily chart. You see this volume bar today. I mean, and of course, it's growing. 6 million yesterday. It was about only 214,000 shares traded yesterday, and look at the pop it had. Mm, man, look at DXYZ now. Wow. But again, guys, it's early, early, early for me anyway. Take a look at the PAPL. Let's see how well it's holding. It's pre-market. So not that well. I mean, this got up to 215 and it's back down to 155. That is PAPL. I think it had some news this morning. Yeah, well, I mean, again, if I'd had shorts available for me, ACRV, this is what my inclination was that it would probably start to drift down. The financing was down at 850. I'm not saying it's going to get to 850, of course, but my inclination was that it would start to drift down. I would say that's more of a big drift, 1081 down to 930. And our first halt of the day, this is the DXYZ. Did not, man, what a just hard, for me, it's hard. I mean, this was an incredible short, of course, but you just never know because it's going to also move up $10 just like that. All right, Pitney Bowes. I don't know why Pitney Bowes, PBI, to reduce board members to five. I don't know if that's the big reason. That was yesterday's news for Pitney Bowes, PBI. All right, guys, Mediaco. So a couple of days ago, this got up to 686 or so, almost $7 on the move here. Look at the volume that came in. The pre-market high was at around 474 and lots of volume coming in now. Look at that bar. And that is MDIA, probably a low float, 4 million in the float. Yes. All right, guys. So keep an eye on this MDIA. So yeah, 2 days ago, this did get up to almost 7. Let's get the exact number. 686. I got up to 686. All right, so I'm going to put an alert at 418 for MDIA. See if it takes out that high later on. How much do I rely? It depends what you mean by rely. I mean, I do my pre-market work. I want to see, you know, first of all, why is the stock moving? Is it an earnings play? Is it some seemingly significant news? So, I mean, when you say how much do I rely, I don't get married to it just because I think, wow, this news looks really good, so I'm going to buy it. I wait for the market to open, and that kind of, I like to wait around 15 minutes, and then that'll kind of tell me a little bit more. But I don't buy on news, if that's what you mean. All right, Vino, guys, VNO, VNO. This is on the move here now. VNO. This is Vornado. I've seen this one in the past. Vornado. Okay, silver play, guys. Silver play, PAAS. Silver, of course, has been very strong. Like, I'm just pointing these out. These are moving right now. It doesn't mean I'm taking the trade. I'm just pointing these out right now. All right. Well, okay. If you're into this RVSN, the next high looking left is 248 on the daily chart. Okay. RVSN, the next high is 248 on the daily chart. So what did it get up to? Got up to 227. Yeah, I got to get rid of the picture in picture. It's just not working. It's not working for me because I'm on this development version, and that's why it's not working for me. All right, DXYZ opened after being halted. XPAV, big move here now for XPAV, guys. China EV play. But again, look at left. Looks to me anyway that there could be resistance right around that 8 level. So it's not that interesting to me. All right, there's the MDIA now, guys, right back up. Right back up. MDIA, right back up. Okay, guys, MDIA right back up. Got up to 433. There's the pre-market high, 476. All right. Wow. Vince resumed on the way down. VINC. There are shorts available for me, but a little too cheap now. VINC. He's just showing the stocks that are up the most from the open, Conrad. Sorry, from yesterday's close. That's all it is. Okay. So Lays is up 159% from yesterday's close, ACRV 57%, et cetera. These are just the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. You'll probably see the same stocks most of the day. But then what I love to see is some stock that comes out of nowhere, and that's when we kind of can pounce. And I was talking to somebody in the main room. So there's the MSGM. See, you didn't see MSGM at all in the pre-market. But again, I look left. I don't like it at all. I mean, from here to 3, looks like there's a lot of resistance. Yeah, you'll see these are the stocks to pay attention to all day long. Okay. Doesn't mean when you see a stock, you just trade it. Of course, take the trade. You have to figure out, okay, like, okay, look at an OPFI as an example. Okay. So you might look at this and go, okay. 311 is the next high looking left. If it can take out 311, the next high is way up here at 383. That, and it's through the 200-day moving average right now. Well, it's at least a little bit above it through the VWAP 292, which is the same as the 200-day moving average 292. So you might look at this and go, well, look, I mean, look what it did today. It got up to 309 or 310, and the high looking left is 310. If it takes out 310 again, maybe it has that run into that void area up to 383. Of course, nobody, there's no exact science in this, even if it takes out 310, that it's going to do this, but it becomes something that can be very interesting if it does. So I will put an alert at 311 just to see if it does take that out later on. And they announce a special dividend and a $20 million share repurchase program. So this is some of the news about this one. Boy, that's a big, big, big bounce for INMD. Huge bounce. And of course, the float for OPFI, 17 million. Not high, not crazy low like we've seen, but certainly a low float, 17 million in the float. Okay, guys, the MDIA is holding tough here over the 420 level, or hanging tough over the 420 level. And that's the MDIA, and you can see it right there. All right, guys, we're almost in the first 15 minutes, so now I can start really looking a little more intently. No AI alerts yet. Again, if you have our AI, load this window, okay? Click on New from our toolbar, and then Premium AI Strategy Trades window, okay? There are 3 of them. Premium that start off with Premium AI. It's the middle one, Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is what you'll get. No trades yet. No, well, I hate to say trades. No alerts yet. Okay. Earliest alert could have been 940 or 945 now. When I say the earliest alert could have been 940. Okay, MDIA guys. Yeah, there are no alerts until at least 940. All right. I'm going to stick an alert now, 434 or so for MDIA and see if it takes it out. Okay, that was sorry, I didn't do it correctly. Remember this one from yesterday, guys. MRT from yesterday had a huge day yesterday. Actually, this is the third day, kind of. I mean, there's a topping tail and a bottoming tail. It got up to yesterday's high. This came from sub $1 a couple of days ago, and that is the MRT. All right, let's take a look at the market. Again, the market, a little spy, not much movement, guys. Dow is basically flat. Nas is up a little, SPY's up a little bit like yesterday. Yesterday, most of the indices were just, not doing too much. All right, guys. Well, let's see if this OPFI can take out that 310 level. Big level for it to try to take out. Okay, this OPFI. Because when you look left, it's got all sorts of room. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. I'm just saying you get the odds in your favor, though, by taking out one of the reasons why a stock can't keep moving higher. Okay, because of chart resistance. Okay, so you take chart resistance out of the equation, and here we go. Here we go, guys. Here we go. OPFI. Now, if you have the AI, you know what I'm talking about also. All right, guys, on the move here, guys, on the move. And again, if you have the RAI, you should know what I'm talking about. And the reason I don't display the AI is because it's not fair for those who pay for it. Okay. Wow, look at the ACRV. I just wish I'd had shorts available. ACRV is now really drifting down to that financing price. ACRV financing done at 850 is a little more typical now. All right, guys, we've got a winner here, in my opinion, anyway. The OPFI, great percentage move so far. And remember the float, 17 million, not crazy low, certainly not high. I see your. I was talking to a Jay in our YouTube room. I see your window live on the free live and support, but not on the main page. Don't know what you mean by that exactly, Jay. What do you mean by but not on the main page? So I display. You should see. I mean, you should see my screen. Same screen. I'm displaying in two rooms. To our YouTube room and what I call the main room. Wow, guys, this is a great winner now. So I don't know what you mean exactly, but not on the main page. Well, maybe for you, I'm certainly not getting that message from. Are you talking about the main room, Jay? Are you talking about the main room where there are a lot more traders in there? Is that what you're talking about? If it's black, you might have to do a refresh, okay? Because otherwise, everybody, I'd be getting a lot more comments. So I just want to make sure, guys, in the main room, you guys can see my screen, no problem. Okay, so okay, Jay. So it may be okay. I still don't know what. Okay, I have to ask people in YouTube. Then people in YouTube, can you see my screen? Jay's having a problem. I think it's just him. Okay, but just want to make sure that people in YouTube can see my screen. You might just have to come back in. Okay, maybe do a refresh. Okay, Pepe, thank you. So it's got to be on your end, Jay. Okay, it's got to be on your end. Maybe do a refresh, come back into YouTube or something. Nothing more I can really do. Okay, thanks, YouTubers and main rumors, mainliners. Yeah. So Jay, the best thing to do is maybe just exit and come back in, okay, or do a refresh or change browsers or something to that effect. All right, guys. How about BSGM? What is this one doing? BSGM. BSGM. Wow, look at this, man. Really no big action in the pre-market. BSGM. Look at this move now for BSGM. Now, unfortunately, it is probably coming into maybe some resistance around the 2 level. Okay, so yeah, it looks like there's a resistance around 219-ish for BSGM. So if you, of course, we don't want to chase this, and it actually got halted. Okay, well, okay, now this is how sometimes I will play a halt. Now I don't like the fact that there's some highs not that far away, but so there's the halt at 196. Okay, so first of all, this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from interactive brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. But this shows me the halt. You can't see the symbol, but this is BSGM. There's the halt price at 196. This column here is trying to give you a bit of a clue where it may open. Okay, no big clue. I mean, it's hard for me to believe it's only going to open a penny above the halt price. Okay, sometimes you see a big like a number much greater than the halt price. But right now, anyway, there's no big clue. So this is what sometimes I will do. Let's say it opens at 2 or 210, and then it drops down below 196, or even if it opens below 196, and then it comes back through 196. That is sometimes when I'll take the trade. Okay, I'm not recommending you do the same thing. We have to wait for it to open, of course. If this is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:59 plus 23 seconds. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. All right, guys. So with that, who posted that news earlier about HLIT? CEO leaving, or somebody posted some news about it? Was that you, Casa? Okay, well, I can see the news right here, and that's a CEO succession. So CEO is leaving effective June 11th. So it's not like it's not like a firing immediately. So at least there is some kind of a succession plan, but the market's not liking it right now through the 200-day moving average. Now there could be some support, around this 1120 area for HLIT, HLIT. Lucky you, Shady, you've got shorts available for LASE, LASE. Yeah, so he's retiring. He's allowed to retire, but I guess he was somewhat viewed as a star, I guess, because the market is not liking that. All right. So here's the market, guys. So we're into here's the SPY. So we had a nice move in the SPY right up to there, but here's the opening 930 candle. And now we're proceeding down. So right now, if you're in anything that is sort of market dependent, you'd be you're well, first of all, unless it has news on its own, more than likely your stock is doing something like this. But the things that we see here are typically, they don't really care that much about what the overall market's doing within reason. Okay, these are alpha stocks trading basically on their own, not caring that much what the market is doing. Okay, so let's see what happened with the BSGM. BSGM, it opened, but you see what it did. It did not come back down through the halt price of 196 yet anyway. But look what it got to. It got into this little, what I call a little resistance area. If it can take that out with any force, then the next areas are 250. I'm not saying it's getting to 250, of course. So unfortunately for me, it did not come back down through that halt price of 196. So guys, not seeing a lot of continuation in plays. So, you got to be nimble. OPFI, a great example. I mean, you had a tremendous percentage move, probably over 10%, but you've got to be nimble. From yesterday, guys, LIFW, this got up to 266 yesterday. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. You can see why I'm disappointed. I mean, imagine if BSGM had have come down just a little bit underneath that 196. What an awesome play this would have been. It just didn't do it for me, and I'm not chasing it. So looking like it's halted again. Maybe no, not halt. It's going to get halted. It's going to get halted. Yeah, just got halted again. BSGM. And no, I don't have a crystal ball, but when I saw it trading, it was not moving. Okay, the bid ask was not moving, and it's something that is this volatile. You know, the bid ask had to be moving, and it just wasn't. So, what do you mean by is it out in the AI? Okay, in our YouTube room, what do you mean is RVSN out? I don't know what you mean by that. Wow. What's all right, guys? So MDIA now, really pay attention to MDIA right now. Look at this now because it's got this high 686. Yeah. So I think you've asked this question before, haven't you? Remember, you have this filter. Uncheck it. Uncheck anything that's there. Okay. And then you'll see all the alerts. Okay. Just uncheck. Go to that filter box and uncheck anything that is checked. Okay. And then you'll see the alerts all day long. Okay. And if you haven't asked, I thought I could have sworn you asked that question before. But anybody else, if you have the AI and you're thinking, well, what happened to RVSN? Why has it disappeared? You know, just uncheck the filter when you go to that filter box and uncheck anything that's there. Then you'll see the alerts all day long. That's what I like to see. I like to see the alerts all day long. Okay, did you get that, Kay? I'm talking to Kay in our YouTube room. Well, then you should see it. You should see it. I mean, I have no explanation. If that says none, you should see all of the alerts because it's the checking of them because it's only looking at the ones that are profitable sometimes, okay, depending on what you've checked. But if they're all unchecked, I have no explanation. Nice. Lucky you being able to short Shady on your LASC. Oh man, you know what? I did not take this one. This showed up in the combo scan, guys. I'm going to go over my scans in a bit. The GGAL. This is a Grupo Financiero out of Argentina. MDIA, guys. MDIA. Excuse me. MDIA on the move. There's a scanner on the bottom right. So, are you talking about this scanner, Dan? Talking to Dan in a YouTube room. This one here. that I'm pointing to. This is not bottom right. This is bottom left for me anyway. So it's not limited to, but it's only going to show the stocks that are moving the most, okay, percentage wise. So when you look at a Tesla, I mean, it doesn't mean that Tesla's not moving, but let's just take a look at Tesla, okay, TSLA. So what is it up? 2.4%. So it's just not, I mean, I can't really see the bottom one there, EFTR. I'm personally, I'm interested in the ones that are, moving the most. Tesla could show up here, but the bottom one here is 8.5%. Okay, it's hard to see. Veru, Veru. Guys, I don't know how MDIA, guys, MDIA, MDIA. Monster move now. So, I mean, I personally, I'm interested in the ones that are moving the most. Okay. It doesn't mean, and Tesla could show up here if it were moving more than 10% right now. That's the lowest one on this list. Okay. Moderna, the same thing. Now, if you only wanted to see large caps, okay, then you could take this window and you could turn it into a large cap one by putting a minimum market cap if that's what you want. MDIA guys, monster now. Remember, I'm not telling anybody what to buy or sell. I'm just pointing out the opportunities. And but the MDIA was so, I mean, right here on this break right there in the 417. Now you got to trade it though. Okay. When I say trade it, I mean, just don't think it's going to go up all day long, or up all. It's not just going to keep going higher all day long. All right. You've got to trade it. Or I should call it more. You got to manage the trade. Okay. Take some off. And look what it did. It got right up to the pre-market high, I believe. 475. And what's that? 475. So look at this. I mean, I got right, yeah, Jay, it got right to the same, almost to the penny. Might be right to the penny. 475. Yeah, 475. It's amazing how many times that happens. All right, here's another one, guys. Maybe on the move here. ANGH 171 is the next high looking left. ANGH. Post market, well, after hours yesterday, it got up to 168, which is about the same as the high looking left on the daily chart. Probably a low float, 11.69. I think is this Dubai? Or sorry, United Arab Emirates. Okay, guys. Now OPFI may be setting up again. OPFI may be setting up again after that big pullback. So again, if you are a VWAP player, okay, so I understand a lot of you do not like to, try to trade stocks near the high of the day. And understand, I don't trade a stock at the high of the day just because it's at the high of the day. I'm not looking it, if it's super extended, I'm not going to take the trade. Super extended, meaning if I see like 5-6 5-minute candles in a row up. But, for instance, the OPFI, to me, it wasn't extended at this price right here at 310. All it was doing was making a new high for the day. That was earlier. So if you are, though, somebody who likes to play pullbacks, a pullback to what? Well, for instance, look at the VWAP here for OPFI at 312. If you're a VWAP player and it seems like it's trying to hold the the VWAP. It's at 315 right now. 312 is the VWAP. That might be your style. You wait for a pullback to a certain either the VWAP or maybe it's going to be a moving average that you like. Maybe the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart or whatever is your favorite moving average. Maybe it pulls back there and it pops off that acts as support and it moves higher. Okay, so it's not all about just, for me, I mean, I do like to see the stocks, near the high of the day. But I mean, look at the MDAI. So when this started to move and got into that 420 level, yeah, it wasn't at the high of the day, but it was very close. And so I didn't feel like I was chasing it or anything. But again, it's all depends on your trading style. And I'm out most of my this, okay, because I'm not going to fool around. I mean, I've got some left in case it takes out that 5 level, but why would I be interested in the first place? Because when you look left, it had all this room on the daily chart. Okay, I mean, look left. You'll hear me say that if you're new to this room, you'll hear me say that all the time. That's why I have even though I'm an intraday trader, that's why I have a daily and a weekly chart up, because if the stock is near the high of the day, the first thing I want to do is look left on the daily chart. Where could it keep going until it hits that next high? So I mean, when you look at MDIA, you see it had a ton of room to keep going. Not saying nobody's saying it's going to get up to this level, but at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance getting in the way of the stock moving higher. A lot of other reasons why it'll stop moving higher, of course, but at least chart resistance is not one of them. And if I can't see that on the daily chart, in other words, if I were looking at this, imagine we didn't have this big topping tail up here from 2 days ago, and it was down here, and I'm looking left, and I can't see the next high. That's when I look at the weekly chart to see where the next high is. So again, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. Both rooms. I mean, I'm moderating a YouTube room and what I call the main trading room, same time. Virtually the same rooms. The YouTube room is not as active in terms of trader participation. Okay, but I guess it's easier to get into. And if all you care is about maybe seeing my screen and listening to me, you don't care about seeing what other traders are talking about, then YouTube is fine. If you want to go into a more active room, though, there is the main trading room. Again, it's the same thing. They see my screen, hear me. So if you're new, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. Now the main room is open before 8 o'clock, or well, no later than 8 o'clock. And when I say open, you can come in, you can still talk amongst yourselves. I don't get on the mic until 9. How can I add the 200-day moving average to my charts and have it stay there? Well, if you save your work at the end of the day, everything you do, no matter what, will be saved, Robbie. Okay. So if I wanted to, I don't have the 200-day here because it's probably way down here. But let's get one that has the 200-day that's visible. There's another one that's not visible. Okay, so here's the 200-day moving average for MDIA, way down here. So if you know how to add it, you know how to. I'm talking to Robbie in our YouTube room. Do you know how to add the 200-day moving average to your daily chart? Because if you know how to add it, then all you have to do when you exit trade ideas, just make sure you save your work. Everything you do, be it add, no, moving average or anything, it'll be saved. So the question is, do you know how to add the 200-day? I mean, it's simple enough. You just right click and indicators, scroll down until you see SMA, moving average. Okay. Okay. So I'll do that. So if you have, so go to your daily chart. I'm assuming you want it. That's the only place I have the 200-day moving average is on my daily chart. All you do is right click on your daily chart, right click on it, go to indicators, scroll down. Oops, scroll down until you see moving average SMA. Okay, click on that. Now, here's where you can add it. You can put the color you want, but you put the period. Okay, so you want there's the period. I guess it defaults to 20. Put 200, and then you're on the, and that's the 200. And typically, most people want it on the chart itself. Okay, in the same chart, right? As opposed into a new area. So you just, I think it defaults to that. And now here's where you can add the color. Just click on that or modify the colors, set the color, and here's a palette, a color palette. Pick whatever you want. I pick a green, say, okay, I'm not going to because I want the blue. Okay, and just follow the directions and then say, okay, and apply, and then you're set. And then as long as you save your work now, at the end of the day, it'll be saved to that, to all your daily charts. Well, to the daily chart here, assuming you have a daily chart that you're using all the time. Okay, did it make sense? I can do it again. And that's how you add any moving average. You know, you can add EMA, SMAs to any chart, anytime, any period you want. You know, it's all customizable in that regard. All right, guys, I'm missing the boat, I think, on this MSGM. We got the SGMs are wild today. We got the BSGM, we have the MSGM, and through the 200-day moving average. So even though the market, again, you know, look at the SPY, putrid, Dow down a little, Nas is up a little, SPY is basically flat. Every day, though, I say this with trade ideas, we can always find the stocks that are moving. Okay, the market might look dead for if you watch, you know, the talking heads talking about the market. The market may look completely dead, but it's not for us. Not if you have trade ideas. And speaking of which, let me now time for me to go over my homepage. All the information you can have find on my homepage, plus the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, so stick around for that. First thing I'm going to do though is talk about. Let me make sure this is correct here. No, okay, just give me a moment, guys. I forgot to. I must have forgot to save my. All right, guys, just give me a moment. I'm going to have to. I forgot to. I can't believe it. I forgot to save my my link. All right, you're going to have to give me just a moment, okay? Because I want to put the test drive link up, and you're going to. So don't look at this. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this. Don't look at that that I posted in. I'm going to delete it. Not the right one. So just give me about 2 minutes, okay? I'm going to have to. I have to go back and create the link again. I must have forgotten to save my Word document that I have all my links in. Where are you? Okay, good. Went fast. Okay, just give me a moment, okay? Just have to create the link again. Just give me a moment, guys. I just have to create this link again. Okay. Okay, this is the link I was trying to, I thought I oh, you had it too? Okay, well, this gives it a more of a so there's the April 2024 test drive plus contest, okay? Thank you, Pepe. I keep telling people to save their work, save their work. I don't know. I can't believe I didn't save that in my Word document. But anyway, let me make sure that does work. Yes. Okay. So this is what we're talking about. Okay. So this is the contest that is coming up, plus the test drive. It's a combination. Now let me get to the test drive. So the test drive starts on the 19th and it'll run to the 29th. That'll give you, excuse me, maybe even more than 10 trading days. Okay. And it'll cost $7.77. You'll have access to the full program. So it's a great opportunity to try trade ideas out for $7.70 between April 19th to the 29th. So that's the open on the 19th to the close on the 29th. Okay. In during that time, also though, we're having our contest, which runs from the 23rd to the 25th. This is a stock picking contest. So whoever wins, whoever makes the most money in that 3-day period wins 2,400 an Amazon gift certificate, $2,400. Okay, so if you sign up now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering for everything. Okay, you're not getting live data until the 19th. Okay, so hopefully you understand that. So if you have any questions about it, you can always, of course, you can ask me. But this again, it's only what's the date today? April the 9th. So it doesn't start until the 19th. But so if you sign up now, you are pre-registering for everything, okay? If you're a standard subscriber, you can do the same thing for the 777, and that'll upgrade you to the premium service for those 10 trading days. Plus, you can partake in the contest. If you're a premium subscriber, okay, I believe that you automatically in the contest. You don't have to pay the 777. I hope it says that somewhere. Yeah, premium subscribers are automatically eligible, okay? So you don't have to pay the 777 to get into the contest, okay? Okay, so is there not okay, Conrad, so you're asking, is there an option to create this is in our main room. Is there an option to create charts and filters on your web browser? So if you're talking, yes, I mean, we do have a web-based version of the product, so you can create charts, but you're limited, I think, to only 5 charts, and you can have I'm gonna go over the scans that I'm sharing. You can have the scans that I've got in the web-based version. You can create your own scans in the web-based version also, okay? But by far, if you have a PC or if you have a Mac, I mean, the usual reason for people using our web-based version is because they have a Mac, or maybe they're trying to use it on a tablet or something. But the best way to use Trade Ideas is certainly the downloadable application, okay? Way more robust, easier to navigate. But to answer your question, you can create charts and filters on the web-based version. Yeah, Dan, so you don't have our premium service, or do you? I'm talking to Dan now in our YouTube room. Do you have our premium service? Or you're just asking in general, were there any AI alerts generated? Yes. The big one was OPFI right here at 305. Before it pulled back, it got up to 342. Still, I mean, it still could be very active later on. So that is one. And RVSN, I think it got stopped out. RVSN, I mean, it worked. Did it even work? No, RVSN got stopped out. And those are the only two. But the OPFI, very nice. And it could still be active. I mean, OPFI. Now, the RVSN, I use the AI like a watch list, okay? Now, remember what I said, if you're people in or listening to me in the pre-market, I'm getting sick and tired of this one. All they do is they put out little press releases saying, oh, guess what? We now, some other railway has taken our AI technology, wins the US order for AI powered switchyard system, okay? And they've been pumping press releases like that out left and right. And that's what got it rolling in the first place. But I just don't see them holding their gains. Now, one day maybe it'll change. Maybe eventually hold their gains and keep running. So that's why I didn't really think very much of the RVSN, to be honest. Well, if you're still in it, I mean, okay. I mean, if you're obeying the AI, the stop got hit. So up to you, of course. I'm talking to Kay in our YouTube room. All right, guys. Now let me go over my home page. Now that I've got the test drive and the contest link, and I really recommend. I mean, if you're anybody who is at all interested in taking a look at our service, I mean, the contest is one thing, but I mean, remember, you'll get all those trading days for $7.77. You have access to the full package. So when you say you missed the call, what do you mean by that, Kay? I'm talking to because if you have the AI, I mean, you should know where the stop is. The stop for RVSN was at 186. Now you don't have to follow it, of course, exactly. But so when you say you missed the call, what do you mean by that exactly? You just because if you get into an AI alert trade, I mean, to me, what I'd be doing is I'd be putting a price alert down at the stop price, so you can't miss it. Okay, so Kay, as you have probably heard me say a million times, you always have a stop, right? Never not have a stop when you're trading. Never not have a stop. In my opinion, anyway. You can, and the other thing I say all the time is on a low float situation, you cannot wander away from your computer. And I'm not trying to pick on you, okay? This is very a general statement. If you're in a trade that is low float, and I consider anything under 20 million, you cannot take a trade and then just wander away for 5 minutes, okay? Anything could happen. So there is no auto trading of the AI, no, Dan. There's no auto trading of the AI, okay? The only auto trading that is permitted is if you have your own strategy that you want to attempt to auto trade, then you can go for that. But there's no auto trading the AI. Yeah, I know. Honestly, Kay, I am not picking on you. Okay, I'm really talking in general. So where do you find your stop? Well, one of the columns, one of the columns is you just right click, and if you don't have the stop, one of the columns is the stop column. Exit reason. Let's see. Or the stop. It's got to be here somewhere. Stop price. Okay. If you don't have that, just add it. Okay. Just add it. Click on it. Left click on it over, and then it'll be added. Okay. And there it is. There's your stop price right there. Every alert you get from the AI, there is a suggested stop price. Meanwhile, the market is just, yeah, man, oh man. I mean, it's just big sell off, pretty big sell off right here. I mean, 520 down to 517, but I mean, not catastrophic, but definitely since the market opened. Remember now, when the market in the pre-market, it looked pretty decent. I don't know what. I don't think there were any major economic numbers coming out today. So let's go over my homepage. Okay. So click on my homepage link. This is what you're going to find. Now, before we look at the things you can find, if you want, this is a top list window, okay? This relative strength leaders from the close. This is a top list window. That's why in the upper left-hand corner, it says T. So if you right, and this is for any top list window that you may have. If you right click on it, see where it says show tree map, I have it checked. If I uncheck it, this is the typical presentation of a top list window in grid format. But a while back, we came up with this way to present it. If I right click, and I can click on show tree map. Now, if you do not have that option, okay, when you right click on your top list window and you do not have that option that says show tree map, then, and you do want to be able to see it like this, then you click on my homepage link and go up to the top here where it says download, okay, and click on and download the beta. The beta is absolutely fine, and that will give you that option, okay. Now, if you don't care about having it presented like this, fine, that's up to you. Okay? That is up to you. Personally, though, I will never go back. Okay? I just like the way this is presented. It's in my face all day long, the ones that I should be paying attention to. Okay, now back to my homepage. So this is a promo code you can use if you do want to take out a subscription right now. You can use Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Okay? And you'll see we basically have 4 plans. We have a monthly and an annual for standard and a monthly and an annual for premium. You just click on the get trade ideas and you'll see what the pricing is. And you can apply the 15%. 15% remember off the first month only on a monthly plan. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. The first one, download your download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. It is a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. What we tried to do here, though, is put all the important features in I say the 10 short videos. If you're brand new to trading or relatively new, Trading 101. This is for you. This is a series of videos. I think there are about 38, all free. Okay. Now, Michael Noss is the one who put this together. Normally, he'd be in our YouTube room today between 12 and 1. I'll explain that when I take my break. But he is busy today. So I think it might be Andy. It'll be somebody else. It'll be somebody else. And in fact, it'll be Chris. Chris will do it today. Chris was in yesterday. He'll be in YouTube room today again. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. This is our user guide. Getting started again. There's that getting started again. So you want more detail about what an alert window is or a top list window? You want to find out more about stock racing? I use price alerts all the time. Okay, all the time. But there's a lot of information in the guide. Like any other guide, you do not have to learn everything. Boy, that H-lit is just getting hit. H-lit just getting hit. You don't have to learn everything. It's like any other user guide. You know, there's a lot in it. You don't have to learn everything. Okay. And again, so if you're looking at this for the first time, again, like any other user guide, don't get overwhelmed by how much of there is here. You don't have to learn everything. And getting started again, here's the getting started again, like hammering the point home. You must do this before you do anything else at Trade Ideas. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Typically Tuesdays is Michael's day, but Michael is going to be busy. So Chris is going to step in again. He was in yesterday. So Chris will take over for me between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. So before I get to my scans that I'm currently sharing, all I ask is this: if at any point in time you decide you want to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This is a free room, and the way we keep it free is by using my promo code. That means the room gets credit for the subscription. It's really that simple. So whether it's today you take out or tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, just use my promo code. That'll really help the room. Okay. So if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, here they are, the middle section. Here are the scans that I am currently sharing. This is the combo scan that I love. It looks like this so far today. These are the two that have showed up. Okay, that is the combo scan. I'm obviously sharing other scans. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. There's the halts resumes right over here. I'm going to go over the momentum scan. You cannot see it. It's on my other monitor. I'm going to go over it. Now, this combo scan combines the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily break. But if you want to separate them, here they are, abnormal option activity, and here are the breakouts and breakdowns. Okay. I've got other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have all these scans up and running, but you might look at something and go, well, that looks interesting. Maybe I'll try that one and see how that works. Okay. So you can ask me questions about the scans and really anything else. I mean, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. Don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. Give me one moment. Don't understand the question. You put a stop in Interactive Brokers, you mean? You're talking about in Interactive Brokers? I don't, if you're asking me a question about Interactive Brokers, I can't answer that, okay? I don't put I mean, I can put stops in Interactive Brokers, but I'm not sure what I don't what you mean I don't know what you mean, but I can see the stop on either side. Are you talking about within Interactive Brokers? Are you talking about in Brokers Plus? Well, okay, if you're I'm not understanding. I'm still unfortunately, I'm not understanding exactly what you're trying to do. Um, this are you talking about B plus and here's your stop? I mean, there's a stop column. All you have to do is right click columns and add it. If that's what you're talking about. Here's your stop price, okay? Well, you're not going to find it in a scan if that's what you're talking about. Oh, your AI window. Oh, okay. So you got to be really specific, okay? Well, here, stop price right there. Right click, columns, stop price. Scroll down. Okay, scroll down until you see stop price. If you don't have it, click on it, left click it over, and then it'll appear as a column. Okay. Now, if you can't see it, it's possible it's over here, or you might have to expand. Okay. I mean, again, if you right click, click on columns, as long as you're using the same window that I'm using, and then here are all the different we have way too many columns. It's confusing as anyway, but there it is. There's your stop price. Stop price, right? Stop price. Can you not see that when you scroll down in the column section? If you can, I'll do it again. Might be going too quickly. But this is the window you've got to be open, okay? This one here, the strategy trades all. I don't know new, and this is the middle one, premium AI strategy trades window. We have three. This is the middle one that I'm always talking about. Okay. And then if you right click and then on the window, click on columns. I mean, it's right there. Stop price right there. Click on it and then left click it over, and then it'll appear as a column somewhere. I mean, you might have to expand it a bit, but it'll appear. It'll appear. Okay. And it's possible. I mean, maybe it's shrunk so much. I don't know. Maybe you might have to. I don't know. You should see it though. It's just called stop price though. So again, when you right click on that window and and then click on columns, well, I'll do it again. It sounds like it's still you right click on the window, right click on the window, click on columns, okay? And these are all of the options you've got. Okay, good. You found it. Good. Okay. And again, don't forget to save your work, okay? Not just you, but make any changes at all. Somebody asked about how to put a moving average on a chart. What I did just there, because if you don't save your work, Trade Ideas, it's like any other software program. It won't know that you want to save that change. Yeah, Gary, absolutely. Pre and post market. One of the scans that I have is pre market actives up and down. Okay. So, absolutely, you can have the pre and post market. If you come into this room by 9 o'clock, I mean, I'm on the, 9 o'clock Eastern time, of course. I'm live on the mic, and that's when we talk about all the ones that have been moving in the pre market. So, subscription details. If you click on my homepage link, and I just put in there again, and then you just click on get trade ideas. This will give you, we've got monthly and annual. This is just a toggle. Okay. And don't forget to apply the 15%. So on the annual, you can apply the 15% to the total. I'm sorry, there's the annual. And we have the standard and we have premium. Where's the premium? Well, this is interesting. Where the heck is the premium? Oh, right here. It's right here. Okay. And then, so this is just a toggle going from monthly to annual. So these are the subscription prices. Okay. Okay, guys. So what is Trade Ideas? There's the PR. Okay, guys. There's the PRFX coming back, coming back. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. Okay. And there are a lot of programs out there that claim to be scanners. I don't believe they can do exactly what we do, though. They are screening programs. We, of course, can screen. And this is what I'm talking about. This is an alert window. That's why it says in the upper left-hand corner, there's the A. So if I right click and click on configure, this is telling you what the scan is looking for. So this is the screening aspect. Okay, I think we do link with Weibo, okay, but I can't tell you exactly how, Ahmed, but I think Chris knows how. And so you're going to have to go to the home. Just give me a moment. I'm just going to answer Ahmed in our YouTube room. Where is our homepage? So click on the homepage. Actually, you can click on my homepage. I don't have Weibo, okay, so that's why I cannot demonstrate it. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, you'll see the need help. Okay, click on the need help and click on the ask, and then click on chat and just say, hey, I'm trying to link Weibo. How do I do it? It doesn't seem to be working. Okay, and somebody should be able to help you. I cannot. Well, try though. I mean, I know Chris. I know it's something that, excuse me, might have something to do with running both in administration mode and all that stuff, but I'm pretty sure Chris will know exactly. And I know he's there. You can see him right there. There's his beaming mug right there. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Did I? Sorry, guys. I knew. I just accidentally shut down the main room. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I accidentally shut the room down. Yeah, I clicked the wrong tab. So now I have to be careful. Just give me a moment. Okay, we should be back to normal now. Sorry about that. Where was I? So what I was doing is I wanted to show you. Okay, first of all about trade ideas. Okay, so we are a scanner, and this is the idea of the scanner. Look at the MDIA now. So if I right click on this scanner and I click on configure then summary, this is telling me what the scanner is looking for. So in this particular case, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It's time of day sensitive. So 11, almost 11 o'clock Eastern time. The volume is at least 100,000 shares. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. Okay. It's not so important what all these values are. I'm just showing you the concept of creating an alert window. So if all of these values are met, these filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was MDIA at 10:52 plus 7 seconds. Okay, it is now what, 10:53, about a minute later. Since then, no other stock has met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That is what we are excellent at. These are all real-time alerts, okay? So if you like this scan, I am sharing this scan, the momentum scan on my homepage. You can have it, of course. But if you wanted to make a change, of course you could. For instance, you might not like the price range. You can make a change to the price range. Maybe you want to make a change in the volume. Whatever you want to do. If you want to make a change, of course you can. But if you want it exactly the way this is, fine. But of course, I'm not telling people that's the way you should trade. This is just what I like to see. Okay, so that's the alert window. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. Now, this time I'll right click on configure. Instead of clicking on summary, I'll click on search. So you see right at the very top, these are all of our real-time alerts that we've got. Absolutely the two most popular, a new high of the day or a new low of the day. But as you can see, we've got a lot of different real-time alerts. And if I scroll down here, these are the filters that we've got. So again, if you're looking at this for the first time and you're thinking, well, this program is way too hard for me. How am I possibly going to learn all these different alerts and filters? Well, the good news is you don't have to. The only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, felt that most people probably would not want to learn a programming language, have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they tried to create enough different real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so you don't have to learn them all. And I only lose, well, in fact, the only alerts I use are the new high and the new low of the day. That's it. Doesn't mean all these other ones are bad. It just means that for my style of trading, all I personally care about is the new high and the new low of the day. And I only use a few of the filters, the price range and minimum volume. Doesn't mean all the other ones are bad, just they don't meet my trading style. Okay. So again, you do not have to learn them all. And if you don't want to build any of your own scans from scratch, I'm sharing my scans. in the toolbar here, you click on new and you click on channel bar, you'll see that we have a lot of scans there. Okay, so there are a lot of scans that are pre-built that you can probably adjust maybe to your style of trading, maybe a different price range, things like that. Maybe once you get used to using trade ideas, maybe you find a filter that you want to add. So I mean, it's very customizable, but again, we try to keep it very simple. If you don't want to build your own scans, you can take mine. You can take the ones from the toolbar, from the channel bar. If I click on new and then dock channel bar, all of these are excuse me, theme-based channels, and they all have scans in them. Okay, so you can kind of go through them and you can check them out. Okay, guys. So yeah, I'm not in anything anymore. I'm just completely out of everything. The two trades I did take were the OPFI and the MDIA. Um, Now, I am an intraday trader. So, and if you're like me, wanting to trade intraday actively, or even if you are a swing trader, okay, even if you are a swing trader, your number one goal, certainly as an intraday trader, should be to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. So this scan right here, the relative strength leaders from the close, right here, front and center are going to show you the stocks that are really trading abnormally. I mean, a stock that's up 122%, 64%, 55, etc. Obviously trading very abnormally. Okay, so that's one way to find stocks that are trading very abnormally. Another way for me is looking at this combo scan that I've got here, and you can see there are very, very few alerts that happen. Okay, and that's another way. And that combo scan is available. If you click on my homepage link, go to the scan section, you'll see I have two columns of scans. It's the bottom right. It's the bottom right it's called the combo. Well, it's called option activity plus 10-day daily break combo. Okay. So if you're new to trading, I mean, I would probably just focus then on this screen right here and maybe that one. And that'll just give, and if you have the AI, of course, you don't get very many alerts all day long. I mean, the momentum scan will give you a lot of different alerts all day long, but it can get overwhelming, especially if you are new. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. Oh yeah, the leeway. Yeah, I'm seeing this in the momentum scan. Yeah, look at that volume that just came in. Not a ton of volume yet, guys. 159,000 shares, but 145 of it so far is in this 15-minute candle. In fact, yeah. So all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a whole bunch of volume came into LWAY leeway. I know it's Lifeway, but now if you're a swing trader, we have one channel. If you click on dock again, click on new and then dock channel bar. It's always appearing on my other and swing ideas. Where are the swing ideas? I think maybe click on the show more. Okay, PCSA showed up here for some reason. Let me just give me a moment here. I just want it. Where is it? The swing ideas. I know it's here somewhere. There they are. Swing picks. Sorry, swing picks. Okay, so you can take a look at this. All right. If you're into swing trading, you can take a look at that. But also, I mean, a stock that really was trading abnormally today, you may say to yourself, well, maybe I want to swing it. Okay. Depending, how it ended up in the day. Also, if it has enough room to keep moving, if you look left on the daily chart, the weekly chart, that could turn into a swing trade for you. Okay. There's the P. That's why I have this one, guys. PCSA. I put a price alert, and so you can see why. Here's the price alert. A lot of price alerts triggered today. But look at the PCSA. And why would I put a price alert there? Well, look left, and the high is 317, so it's just a little bit above that. And now look left, and it has room to 440. Now it's a bit of a spread issue on it, which is too bad, but you can see what I look for. I look for stocks that have got all sorts of room to keep moving if they want to. I mean, nobody's saying they're going to move that much, but at least, you take one of the reasons why a stock won't keep moving higher if you're long out of the equation, and that is chart resistance. All I try to do. Take out one, take out that equation or that one variable or criteria. I'll get it right. Criteria. Okay, guys, I am really, really interested. Now, the spread is tightened up a bit. Actually, it's pretty good right now, 3-cent spread. Now, it's not trading anything abnormally. I mean, that's a bit of the issue though. Only 0.49, but traders might be looking at this and say, wow, I mean, look at the high. 439 is the next high looking left. Maybe the volume will start to pick up a bit. I mean, you can see right there on that 15-minute, it is picking up. What I'm doing right now, I'm just watching to see how well it's holding over that high of 317. That's the key area, of course. We want to make sure it stays over that high, maybe bases a bit and just starts to run. But again, I mean, the volume is coming in. I mean, you can see that volume bar. It's just not a lot of volume on the day. Now you see what happened. It got back down to that. It's just got to hold over 317. All right, let me put an alert around 325 and see if it gets up to about 325. Really want to clear that 317 in a fairly big way. Okay, this is not. Yeah, you see how that spread is now really widening, and it's because of the volume, guys. I mean, the volume is just not great. Okay, but I'm definitely going to keep watching it. I've got an alert set for around 324, 325, a price alert. Doesn't mean I'll take the trade if it gets there, but I do want to know about it if it does get there, and then check out the spread, see if the volume starts to really starts to pick up. Meanwhile, this is this ACRV. I mean, it's still hanging pretty tough over that 850 financing. All right, guys. Well, what's happening with the market overall? The market. So we're trying to put in well, we have a nice green bar there. Follow up. So maybe the selling is abating for a while. All right, let's take a look at what media is doing. MDIA. Oh, I see shady. Okay, 465, 425. So, ooh, did you get stopped out? 424. So you may have been stopped out, I guess. All right, guys. So things have settled down. Okay, how about this one? LYEL. Let's take a look at this. Wow, look at this run here. So LYEL. Okay, I mean, you can kind of see if it can take out this 270 level right around here. Then you look left and look at up here. 326 is the next high. So I'm going to stick an alert in that area and see if it takes that out at some point. LYEL. It's not a low float. Wow, that's a big. I wonder if that's correct. It seems like to move 20% with that float. I want to do another or check another website just to see what they've got because that is a pretty big move for that float. No, that's the float. Wow, that's a big move for that with that float. 18% with 240 million in the float. That is a big float or a big move. How do I get in the chart window? I'll pop out. Are you talking about this, Trader? Are you talking about something like this? Well, it's been around for quite a while. I mean, I'm sure the production version has it. I can't tell you. I mean, I can't tell you. I'm almost guarantee that the production versions have it. I mean, obviously the beta has it for sure. Okay. Do you have that little chart? If upper right hand corner, do you have that little chart icon? Now you have to be okay. First of all, let me. The reason I can't display this is I'm on this development version, and there is a. I don't want to call it a bug. They know about it. I cannot display the picture in picture the way I want to. So, but first of all, you have to right click, use browser interface. So if you have that use browser interface on your chart, can you do that? Right click, use browser interface. Do you have that option? Okay. So when you do that, do you have that little chart if in the upper right hand corner? Do you have that little kind of chart icon? You see what I'm pointing to right there? Do you have that? Ah, if it's not there, then maybe I don't know what I mean, you might have to download then the latest beta or at least the production. I'm sure it's on the production. Maybe Pepe knows, but if that's not there, then you must have to be on a later version, or you have to be on a later version. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, I thought I saw a stop of 425 or something. Okay, good. Now this could, I may get back into this one myself, depending how it trades later on, because I mean it still has this huge amount of room. If it gets over 5 later on, traders could get interested again. It's been a little bit choppy, bottoming tails and topping tails, so but a lot of action in it. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it, but I mean, I'm just out of curiosity, I wanted to see if it was shortable for me. It is not. Well, another one popping here, guys. Look at the LYRA. What's the volume? And 200,000 shares, 3 times normal volume. And it is coming into maybe a resistance at around 540. This is shortable for me now. 1 million shares at Interactive Brokers. So it may stall at 541. All right, take a look at the LASE. Yeah, so if you're a VWAP player, and 351 is the VWAP, so it's got to get through the VWAP. And Steve's 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, 354. So probably has to clear those two levels. Yeah, let's put an alert around 362. All right. So this one now, if you look at BSGM, where's the VWAP? So it's well below the VWAP. But Steve loves his 10 SMA. Steve Gomez. And those of you who know Steve, he's in our YouTube room on Thursdays generally. He loves that 10 SMA, that orange line on the 15-minute chart. So is that trying to hold it? You can see a couple of times it got into it. Maybe that will provide some support. Maybe, or maybe not, as it's trying to break down through it. Now, you'd probably like to see some volume coming into the LASE. Not a bad volume bar, the previous 15-minute candle. You want to see some volume continuing, I think, anyway. Okay, your price alert's not popping up. Okay, I can try. No, just like that. Okay, just like that. It just popped up for me. Okay. So you haven't minimized. Now, did anything trigger? I mean, obviously that's my question. Did anything trigger? So, okay, I don't know how I'm going to help you. I mean, if you've minimized this, then I'll just put a price alert here. This is what we're talking about. Okay, I'll put a price alert just a little bit above the current price. Where's my price alert window? So I'll minimize it. Yeah, look at that. So I'm going to minimize it. Hard for me to help if you're absolutely 100% that I mean, you must know you've minimized it. It absolutely has to pop up. I mean, you can close down you can X out your price alert window and then load it again. You won't lose anything, okay? But yeah, I mean, the whole idea, of course, is that let me put a price alert just underneath. I try to bracket it and see how it popped up on my screen. So that's not what's happening for you. Yeah, I don't know how to help. I mean, if you've minimized it, the whole idea of minimizing it, when the price alert hits, it should pop up on your screen. I've never not had that happen. So maybe just exit out and reload it again. But again, you will not lose any of the alerts that you created, okay? Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. Was it ever working before? Okay. Well, then, yeah, maybe, just maybe something has happened to that price alert window and just so close it down and reload it and then try it again. Put some price alerts pretty close to a current price just to see if it maybe do what Pepe is talking about. Try the reset connection before you do a complete restart. Okay. Try the resetting the connection. Go to account and then reset connection. So yeah, go to account and then reset or close down your price alert window, open up a new one. It's possible the one you've got is corrupted. I mean, anything is possible. And if all that fails, as Pepe is saying, just you'll have to do a complete restart of trade ideas. So when you say you tried to get creative, what, talking to somebody in our main room, guys, how creative were you trying to get? Maybe it was your creativity that that caused the problem. Well, that shouldn't be a problem, though. So you're talking about doing something like this, right click, delete, deleting the ones that triggered. Oh, that's not what you're talking about. Okay, well, again, you can do a few things. Close down the price alert window completely, exit out, load a new one. You can try the account reset, and then if that fails, okay, well, delete. Oh, I see. You deleted every single, which is okay. You deleted everything that was in the window. Probably. How many price alerts did you have approximately? So what you're saying is this, like, and I should be looking at some of these now. Some of these are, oh, press the X. Okay. Well, watch. I'll press the X. No problem. And now I click on new, and then price alert window, and it's still everything is still there. Yeah, but everything is still there. That's what I'm saying. You can press X, and that's all that does is just get rid of the window from the layout. But when you when you click on new and then price alert, it'll pop back up with everything that was in there before. You know what I'm going to do? I am going to delete a bunch of this stuff now. I'm looking at the different. This is telling me how far away from the alert do I care that something is $3 away? Probably not. Well, not a lot happening now for me anyway. I'm not getting too many new alerts. Don't know why this says it's halted. ADXN. No idea why that says halted for us. All right, guys. Media, MDIA, freaking out a little bit here. Bottoming tails. Sellers have been trying to knock it down. The buyers are still stepping in. All right, guys. So I do not want to lose sight of the PCSA. Okay, especially if the volume starts to pick up a little bit. It still looks so delicious when you look left. Okay, all the room it's got. It's very choppy though right now. Very, very choppy. Volume is picking up though. Almost 400,000 shares. That was about 200,000 before. So the volume is starting to pick up, but it really has to clear this. And I don't like the spread. Again, there's the spread 15 22 for a $3 stock is not great. It's just one of those, yeah, I have it on the reason I'm not seeing on the Halts resumes, tough guy, it's not tradable, no. It's some kind of a test symbol, okay? So just disregard it. It's called a test symbol, okay? I think it's a NASDAQ test symbol. What I've done is I have added that symbol lists, exclude the following lists, and I think, well, maybe it's not showing up. Well, anyway, it's not showing up for me. Maybe it's the, I don't even know if it has a volume metric to it, but don't worry about it. It only happens every now and then. So it is not tradable. It is not tradable. Boy, look at some of these topping tails. I mean, these stocks popping way up and then coming right back down. I generally never see it. Um, well, because I guess it passes all the filter values. I never see it unless it's in the halts. I don't ever see it when it's in a scan. You're saying it's on a scan, really interesting. I don't think I've ever seen it on a scan. I mean, this is a scan, I guess. So you're saying it is here in your halts resumes. Now, one of the things, does it even have volume? Because I've got a minimum 20,000 shares. I don't know. Let me put it in ZXZZT. See if it even shows up. It's a Nasdaq test stock. Yeah. So the reason why it's showing up on yours is that yeah, you don't have volume. I have a minimum of 20,000 shares, so that's why it's not showing up for me. Okay. Oh man, what an insanely good short this would have been that I'm not in. The DX. Let's see if there's still shares of it. Not that I want to do it right now, but DXYZ. Yeah, there are just a few shares left at Interactive Broker, 7,000. What a short from 122 down to 56. Now, the next low looking left, I mean, it's down here at 40. I'm watching this just to see if this is just a brief respite here, this little pop here. If it takes out 55, I may take a little bit of a short here just because of what's happening here on the left. But this may be starting to move again. So of course I would never do it right now. So there's a little $2. So I'm going to stick a price alert down here around 55.28 and see if it takes that out later. There was a little bit of short covering. Okay, guys, the PC, what's the spread like now? The PCSA, a little bit better. Well, it's a lot better. 322, 325. PCSA and the volume, it's picking up a little bit. The relative volume is still nothing to write home about, but the volume at least is starting to pick up. And again, if you're wondering what scan this showed up on, it did not show up on a scan. I put a price alert on this one, I guess yesterday, and that's what triggered. So it's not a scan. And the reason why it wouldn't show up on a scan is because the relative volume is so low, 0.67. Most of my scans have a minimum of 3. Hmm. All right, guys. MDIA is getting closer and closer to that 5 level. That's the high of the day. All right, Lays is trying to come back a little bit here. LASC had that little pop, and then it fell right back down through that 10 SMA and the VWAP 351. So I mean, it's still kind of stalling it. It did not break through the VWAP, did not break through that 10 SMA with any authority. That 10 SMA, that's the orange line on my 15-minute chart. Okay, guys, I'm just watching this DXYZ. I mean, this may have this may go on the run again. I'd like to see it take out 62 or so. Okay, so now we had a bigger move now. So the Dow is now down a couple of hundred. SPY is down 2. NAS is down. Bit of a bigger move now. All right, guys, the MDIA getting closer and closer to that 5 level. 499 is the high of the day. Volume is still pretty good. It's tapered off a little bit, but not a huge way, guys. I'm watching five break for this. All right, guys, it's 11:37. So in about 20 minutes, Chris is going to take over for me. Again, Chris is filling in for Michael Noss today, and he was in yesterday. So double duty for Chris this week. Just waiting on this, guys. I want to see if it takes out that high of $5, and only because it's got all this room of a couple of days ago, almost up to 7. And again, it's a low float. So if you're, in this one, as always, 44 million have traded, 10 times the float, basically, 189 times relative volume. Yeah, I saw Perry earlier today, PERI, but on the way down. So you're saying it had a bounce? Yeah, no kidding. Nice bounce from 12.16 all the way up to 13.38. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm just waiting on the MDIA to see if it takes out 5. Kind of waiting on the LASC to take if it takes out that 350 area, that VWAP area, and they're just sort of hanging underneath that right now. Now, this Perry might turn into a short here, guys. I mean, there's the VWAP, okay? 1291 is the VWAP, so it's right at the VWAP. The 10 SMA, the 10 SMA is right here. So will the VWAP, will the 10 SMA hold it? If not, this could turn into a nice short. Again, it got hammered down yesterday, PERI. Okay, well, while I'm waiting on all this, I'm going to put the announcement in. Chris will be in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes. Actually, it's too early for the announcement. What I will do, though, is I'll put the YouTube link in. Restarting helped? Good. Okay. Yeah, sometimes, there's no rhyme or reason for things happening, man. And yeah, as Pepe said, a restart, maybe that's the best thing to do. Hard to know why it was happening, why you weren't getting the pop-up, but okay. So guys, the OPFI, this could turn into one of those ones that I love. Okay. We had the early morning, frantic action in it, and then it kind of settles down a little bit. All right. And then maybe later on in the day, after 1 o'clock, 1:32 or so, maybe the enthusiasm comes back. Okay, get that volume, and maybe it starts to kick up higher because again, this has room. Okay, 384 is the high, looking left, so it would have some room to move. So what I'm going to do is put a price alert around the 325 level. Okay, maybe it takes that out later on in the day. Yeah, that's the only unfortunate thing, Mon. I know what you mean. Like all the previous scan data, I know. That's why I don't like to reboot if I don't have to. Actually, man, my machine is really actually acting not acting up at all. I don't think you guys have really heard anything from it today. Yeah, ACRV has surprised me. I have to admit, it has sort of surprised me. Holding, but again, pretty choppy. It's held over that 850 financing. The high of the day is 1040 odd. Boy, you know what? I almost bid on this DXYZ. And if I do take it, it's not going to be a lot of shares, believe me. But when it got up to here, I thought, okay, maybe this is going to start to roll. And then it just dropped. But just in case it goes on a wild run again, 10, 20, $30, I will not take very many shares if I do it. All right. Well, you see why I waited on the MDIA. It has some topping tails now. Again, the buyers were really trying hard to get it up there, but what's the VWAP again? 443. So let's see if the VWAP holds it again. 443 is the VWAP for MDIA. Will it act as support? All right, guys. Well, things are okay. Now, what I have to start doing is have to start looking at this relative strength leaders and seeing if there's anything new that's showing up. Now, I did not see. Oh, it's under $1. Okay. Well, I still have these under a dollar. I know there are people out there that don't mind trading stocks under a dollar, so that's why I keep it here. Otherwise, I would have a $1 minimum. And let's take a look at GRIP, GRYP. See what this one is. All right. How could this start to run? I mean, look. I mean, this the next high looking left looks like around 190. Takes that out, then the next high after that is 260. So there is a little bit of room for GRYP to run if it wants to. Good volume, 5.3 times normal. This is probably, I haven't even looked at Bitcoin. Wow. So Bitcoin's off 2,600. Okay. I haven't even looked at Bitcoin. Okay, guys, MDIA coming right back up now. All right, MDIA is coming back. So far, that VWAP held, right? 443 got down to about 453. So the VWAP, remember, it's an area. So it held so far. Ooh, LASC kind of dropping now. LASC, that's not looking good now. So I mean, there is the VWAP underneath the VWAP quite a bit now. LASC starting to drop. Okay, guys, 11:50. So Chris sometimes shows up above five in above 5 to the hour, depends how busy he is. So OPFI now starting to drop. So that doesn't look as good as I thought it might later on. So OPFI starting to drop. I would have rather seen it hold into the 320 level, not really gyrate too much, but it looks like it could even take out three right now. But right now, to me, the best one. that hasn't really given it up too much is the MDIA. If it can get through 5. And again, it's all because of the room when you look left. It's got all this room, almost up to 7. And I'm not saying if it gets through 5, it's going to get to 7, but 2 days ago, there was a frenzy about it, and you never know. Low float, 4 million in the float. Very close, guys. Very, very close now to that 5 break. Oops. There we go. Okay, it's at 5 now. Wow, it was briefly at 5. It's a psychological number, in my opinion, to get through. So tried is reset that alert and see if it does it again, this time in a more vigorous way. Volume is pretty good. Okay, the volume is not tapered off that much. Where are you? Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. Okay, Chris is not in the room yet, but I just want to be prepared for when he shows up. Again, Chris is going to be in our YouTube room again. Move this down just a little bit. Okay, guys. Keep an eye on the MDIA for that second break of 5. That might just get it running. Volume is still good. The volume is still really good. You can see the 15-minute. You see how it really hasn't tailed off that much. Okay, another break of it. Just not wanting to break hugely through it yet. Wrong. Okay, guys. Let's see if this has the run. Again, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up now in our YouTube room. Well, actually, Kay, in our YouTube room, SLB did briefly trigger yesterday. Okay, but if it's back up to 55.50, then yeah, I mean, now, when you say it's still in play, I mean you trade it the way you want to, of course, but it did trigger yesterday, very, very briefly. Talking about SLB being the trade of the week. what was it? 55.50 was a trigger. Well, it didn't trigger. I mean, it triggered yesterday very, very briefly, I think. So when you say, is it still in play? Well, I mean, it's not doing too much. Man, this is such a tease right at that 5 level, isn't it, for the MDIA?
It really is.
There he is. I didn't hear the ping. Okay, guys, Chris is in our YouTube room right now. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. And Chris doing double duty. Thank you for stepping in for Michael.
Of course. Happy to do so.
I'm sure you are.
It helps break up my week a little bit more.
Okay. Well, then you can do it every day.
I wouldn't mind, other than the other meetings that they make me go to. But I'd much rather do this than go to those meetings.
I'll bet.
I'll make the screen swap.
All right.
All righty, very good. And you're off and running if you're ready.
I'm ready. Okay, thanks, Chris.
Excelente. Thank you, sir. We'll see you in about an hour.
Yep. Bye-bye.
So, all right, everybody. I'm torturing you a second day in a row here. So, normally, as I mentioned yesterday, for those of you that were around, I'm the Monday guy. Michael is usually the Tuesday guy. He has some personal matters that he's attending to, so I'm going to go ahead and fill on in for him today, give him a break, and while Barry takes his break as well. So just like yesterday, it's an open forum here. I don't have any pre-done content. I always think it's best when you folks drive the content, ask the questions that you need. Oftentimes, the questions you're asking are similar or the same as questions that other folks have, and it sort of real good dialogue back and forth. And it's, really one of the most important things in trading is community. Trading can be a very lonely endeavor, especially for those that are doing it long enough, have a good enough trading plan that they're doing it full time. Those that are doing it, part time, not quite the same loneliness, but with any job, with any career, some camaraderie is important always, I think. So with all that said, in my ramblings, the floor is open. Please fire in those questions. I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. And of course, as usual, if you don't have anything coming in for me, I'll do my usual kind of around the scans that I've got going, the market in general, things of that nature. So for the moment, looks like nothing's coming in. I guess we'll start right on MDIA, since all eyes are on that, or at least a lot of the eyes are on it. Hefty relative volume here of 209 right now. And, that says something, considering that you've got these volume days that are much higher than what we see coming from back here as well. So for us to still be kicking that high on it, usually, you see things go the other way with volume on stocks that are, have had a day and maybe somewhat of a continuation, somewhat of carried over interest. It looks like today this is going to challenge that drawing tool. This is going to challenge from I guess last Thursday. So it'd be Thursday, or excuse me, last Friday. So it'd be Friday, yesterday being that Monday, and here we are on that today. So good chance that this bar ends up challenging this one here. You don't always see that with these low floaters, and again, it's 4 million in the float, give or take. You don't see that all the time. A lot of times you see, you see this and you just kind of see it stepping down and not returning to that level very often. But aside from the relative volume being so high, still the liquidity is really incredible, approaching 53 million shares traded on that. As Barry said, teasing at that 5 level, it's going to be a big psychological level. But if it gets and holds that, there isn't anything to stop it from the high of the day on Friday. Will it do it? I have no clue whatsoever, right? And we could see this thing is not an easy trader. So even if it does $6+ I don't think it's likely that it just, gets 6 and takes it out like nothing, right? $4 was a challenge for it for a while. Took some time for it to leave it behind, and after it left it behind, it came right back down again. So you got those big topping and bottoming shadows. You get this move up and a sizable move back down, and you start to grind up, and again these topping shadows. So this is one of those stocks that I think is a very good example for, if they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out. Like, just as an example, I took it on this 4 break. I'm looking good. Oh, I'm giving it up. Oh, I'm looking good. I'm giving it up. Oh, I'm looking good. I'm giving it up. And that's that wear out where, like, you never were in major danger. You didn't have a huge sell off, taking it well back under 4, well back down to the 3 level. But all the same, it felt like it's one of those stocks where it feels like every time it's ready to let go and push on the next level and hold that, it just doesn't do it. So that's an example of what I call, if they don't scare you out, they wear you out type of thing. Anyways, that's MDIA, BSGM. So certainly a player yesterday, certainly a player again today. Yesterday was more of a end of the day move here. Today it's more of an early move, and a bit opposite here with the gap down today and then a move up. I want the highlighter, I want the pen. So a gap down and a move up off of that. Of course, it has gone on to give it up at this point. Will it recover? There's a school of thought, or a camp of traders that believe that these low floaters, these small ones, especially small price low float stocks, that kind of, once they do this, that's it for them. I mean, they probably have the percentages on their side to say it's less than likely. But, I've seen a number of times something comes down, it gets a base, and the sellers really never got it all the way down, and the buyers can take it back up again. Again, will that happen? I have a clue. But you could always set price alerts, right? And the beautiful thing with the software, we've got 2 ways to keep things like this in focus. One, we get a price alert on it. What's the level you want to see? Do you want to see it take out this level where I was having trouble, and it's really captured this 8 EMA with some room back to the VWAP again? That's not an unreasonable plan to have, right? Maybe play this level off of the low of the day, the recent low of the day here. The low of the day is obviously the open here. It doesn't set up the worst risk reward scenario. It's not too bad. Not too terrible at all, as a matter of fact. But the second way that we can keep this in focus is simply with these race winners, at least for me, and I know some people like the races, some people don't. I'm probably in the minority of those that like it. But, I've got this watch list all day long, right? Will all these be relevant all day long? Not likely, right? But could 2 or 3 of them be relevant all day long? Likely, right? So just the different ways to slice and dice things, and there's no one way to use any of the software. I want to say there's no right way, but there are ways that are more right than others. But there is no one right way. There are several right ways that are all just as viable and equal as each other are. So anyways, at BSGM and IU, take a look at that here. This just continues to grind higher and higher on the day. So Monday, Friday, Thursday. So Thursday here, it had itself a bit of a day. Big topping shadow, left some bag holders maybe. It's up above that now, so anybody that was holding a bag from that day, they've either gotten out or they're feeling no pain at this point. Not a extremely low float here, with 48 million in that float, but decent liquidity, good volume. And we can see it as compared to, what it's normally doing here. You've got these anomaly days, and this is one of them here, and this is likely to challenge the volume from Thursday as well, that big day. So we'll see. It remains to be seen what it does here, pushing on that 220 level. And I just want to draw a line here. So yeah, that 220 level is kind of a significant level, I would say, going back and looking at it here. And you're touching that line an awful lot. So, is it gassed out? Again, no way to really predict it. You know, to give an example of an if-then scenario, and you know, maybe something that in the simulator you give it a shot. You know, if you're still struggling for a trading plan, you're still struggling on, all right, well, if I want to buy at this level, what am I doing for stop? How am I managing it to the upside, so on and so forth? You know, this 210 level looks like it's got some significance to it, right? So, you know, maybe you're playing it off, you know, the low of this bottoming shadow here, a 109 stop, you know, a 108, 209 stop, 208 stop, something like that, right? If it pushes through this, you know, then maybe you're looking at this 250 level. So if, you know, you get a close or two above this 220 level and you were going to come in, you know, you get it in at 220, 221. Now you're risking 10, 11 cents, you know, to make 25, 30 cents. That's a good risk to reward ratio. And it's a good if then scenario. Am I doing that? No, I'm not doing that. Am I suggesting anybody else does that? In the simulator, yes, I am suggesting you try that. If you're still trying to work out a trading plan, if you're still trying to figure this out, right? And you can decide for yourself, you know, did I want to use this afterwards, the shadow of that day going back here, or do I want to ride this? If you're using an EMA, an SMA, whatever, you know, you happen to be looking at and wanting to use as maybe some kind of momentum indicator intraday, the time frame, you know, all those things matter. Experiment with these things. There's no right answer. It's the right answer for you, and it is out there somewhere. OPFI, please. OPFI. Sure, we'll take a look at OPFI. OPFI. All right, good volume, good liquidity on the small side of floats, 17 million. A little bit of a short float, nothing crazy, but you know, noticeable. Got this gap that may just want to fill here. You know, whether it does it today or not, I couldn't really say. But you know, you get that gap up, and it's going to be a tough trader with these reversals and these topping shadows and bottoming shadows. And there's another reversal, and it'll try to move up, another reversal. So it looks like it struggled here at this level without a question. All right. And as it's done so, it's now under the VWAP and under an 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart. So, you know, you've got to battle. You're going to have to battle this and then that, and then you got to battle this. So those are your risks to the upside on battling. Your risk to the downside, if you give up 3, it's likely, you know, coming down this way to test the bottom, to test the low of the day, and then maybe fill the gap down this side. Those wouldn't be unusual things to see. So that's what I'd be looking at there, at least as far as the intraday goes. I'm going to surmise that it had some kind of news. That's why it's up, because it definitely doesn't have earnings. You can see that right here. There's no earnings being reported. And, you know, someone might be saying, well, why would you guess if it has news? Why don't you just look at it? I'm just not a news guy. It will not change anything. It will literally change nothing about what I'm thinking on this chart. The only thing I care about is the flow of the money of price and the volume. And what I also notice is the volume, you know, we get this spike into volume. Volumes come out afterwards. So if this thing is also going to base and try to make a move, you're going to have to find interest in it again, and that volume is going to have to come ripping back up again. Not necessarily ripping back up, but moving back up. Oh, it's an AI alert. All right, yeah. So I don't like things on my charts, but if I do this, if I right click, I come properties and I go show AI trades, and I click on it. There it is. So let's see, it alerted at 3:05 on this candle, and looks like it got out on this candle here. So, you know, it gave you a quick chance here. You had about, 46, 50. So you had a little 6-7 minutes that you were in this trade. A good example of trade management, right? So got a stop on the low of the day. Some people may like that stop. Some people may not like that stop. All right. There's no target though to consider, right? You know, the one target I guess you can consider is, you know, you can take the stop and use that as doubling it. right? And it almost made it there. And so if you're trying to use this as a guide, you're almost making it there and you see the sellers are getting you, you know, time to pull out. Time to pull out right there for sure. What else can we comment and note on this here? Just looking at that low of the day stop here. So, you know, for me, and again, this is why different ideas, different minds, different traders make up a market. You know, the algorithm was using a low of the day stop, I suspect. For me, that's pretty aggressive. Now 278, you know, I'm looking at the distance on the bar. It's actually not that aggressive, to be honest. I'm also very conservative on my stops intraday trading. So, you know, I'm looking at this bottoming shadow and these two bottoming shadows, and I'd probably stuck a stop more around here personally. Yeah. I had 290-ish, 291. I'd probably put a stop in that level there. I would say this with, you know, over 2 million shares traded on the day and a 17 relative volume, you're likely to see some more volume come in. The question will be, will it come in and will it be red volume dragging it? Will it be green volume pushing it? You know, and again, no way to really know that. But those are the kinds of things that I would be looking at and that I am thinking of. If you capture, you know, if it captures this VWAP again, you know, like I said, then you're looking at this level here, 330, give or take. All right, what's the high of this candle? Oops. Yeah, 330. So, you know, if this were to capture above 330 and get a closer to above 330, you might get a second mouse gets the cheese, as Steve and Jamie used to say a lot in some webinars. And what do I mean by second mouse gets the cheese? All right, well, you know, the first mouse did all right here, actually didn't do bad, hasn't come down and stopped you out yet, right? So if you got a portion of that trade there, good on you, right? If you weren't in it yet, you know, maybe you're setting an alert here, right? And waiting for that. And the idea is that the first mouse comes by, doesn't really work out, and they get snapped by the trap, right? The second mouse comes and gets that cheese after the first mouse is set off the trap. That's the idea. Maybe not the greatest second mouse gets the cheese type of scenario, because I would say the second mouse gets the cheese is more based on being stopped out. But I think you understand the premise of what I'm getting at here. And definitely not a trade around. For those that don't know what a trade around would be, you know, gets stopped out and then ends up making a move back up again. But there it is. I suspect that at some point there will be some action in that again here. Excellent, excellent. Glad that was somewhat informative for you. I did just have BSGM set off a price alert here. Get that little nub of volume up from what we've seen several 5-minute bars before that. So, you know, Peter, all alert windows as a default will be just named breaking out on volume when you first start them, unless you change the default name. That's just the way the software is set up. But my advice on alert windows, a few different things I go over on alert windows. Let me bring one over. So when you're first building an alert window, you know, are you building a bullish alert or are you building a bearish alert, right? There are a few things to consider here in the alert window. Let me widen this up a little bit just so we can see a little bit more. There we go. So, you know, green is going to indicate a bullish alert. Red will indicate a bearish alert. And so I find one. Blue will indicate neutral alerts, right? So a neutral alert could be for either of those. You know, 1 minute volume spike, that doesn't mean it's moving up or down. It just means there's a volume spike, right? So consider first what you're trying to build, right? And some people want to go with the alert first. You know, the alert's the event, new high, new low, the running up, these different algorithms. And some people want to go with filters first when they're building an alert window. And, you know, the filters are going to be your dual icon ones like this, your prices, your price ranges, you know, all kinds of stuff like that, essentially. So Those are the things that I would be first considering anyways when building any alert window. Moving on from that, once you kind of, and there's no right or wrong way to do it. Maybe you build one set of alert windows. You're going to start with the alerts first. Maybe build another set of alert windows. You want to start with the filters first and see what works for you. And depending on the strategy, building this window is better for me to start with the filters. Building the other window is better for me to start the alerts. And then, of course, you ask yourself, what is it that I'm building, right? So if we're building, just for an example, we were building something breaking out on volume. If I was building something breaking out on volume, right? Well, I'd likely be looking at a new high, and we'd go ahead and add that alert, put a check mark in it. I'm going to uncheck this one. I have different defaults that I've set up personally here. So, all right. But there are other things you could do besides a new high if you were looking for some kind of breakout, right? One that I do like, I actually just got rid of it, is I like this crossed above resistance. I like the non-confirmed. You can do the confirmed, of course. That's entirely up to you. But I like those two alerts as well when I built alert windows in the past. I don't do a lot with alert windows anymore because of the races. Just a personal preference that, because I really like the races, but that, again, that's not a right or wrong type of thing. Again, just a personal preference. But there's also on the bullish alerts, if we're looking at breaking out on volume to the upside anyways, running up. And all the bullish alerts have a bearish counter, or all the bearish counters have a bullish counter. So this is what I would call the running up family here, or the running family. So running up, running down, running up, running down, running up, running down. They all have a counter here. And the same thing, channel breakout, channel breakdown, right? And again, on the cross resistance, you got the cross resistance up, and you got the cross support to the downside, right? So you've got these different options on the bullish things and all that. And then we'll move on to some filters here, right? And so if I'm looking at volume and I'm looking at breaking out on volume, we got to ask ourselves next, does it matter how many shares that it's traded to that point in the day? That's where I would first start with the volume today on the shares. And here's where this gets tricky and subjective, right? Let's say something hasn't traded much today by 11:30 in the morning, 11:30 Eastern in the morning. It's only traded 100,000 shares. That's nothing, right? But all of a sudden, for whatever reason, option suites come in, a news event comes in, for whatever reason, it's just a low float, and some group gets a hold of it, and they just decide to move that particular stock today, right? If we set a volume today threshold too high, we might not see it till it has made that move, right? Some people won't care. They don't want to see it till a move's been made, and then maybe a consolidation after the move, trying to find that next leg up. So these are things you'll have to ask yourself, right? Same kind of concept with the relative volume, right? What if something, it just wasn't trading much, and it's, just sitting at a 1, a 1.5, even a 2 relative volume. It's not really kicking around too much or doing anything too crazy. And then all of a sudden it takes off, and it takes, 4, 5, 6, 5-minute bars of moving up before the relative volume moves up enough to get you that trigger. So again, ask yourself on the relative volume what you want to do. And remember, there's no right or wrong answers on this. It's what's right or wrong for you. And you may want to build multiple strategies like this, run them, compare them, and see what they're giving you, how much you like them. Maybe at some point you're going to decide, well, this low volume metric on this scan is helping me well, but it's hurting me on this one. But this high one on this one's helping me well, but it's hurting me on this one. And you might mix and match and combine and end up with one scan afterwards. So, those are the kinds of things, especially on breaking out on volume, that I'm looking at. Now, one that I think would be less subjective on that is on the breaking out in volume, the 1-minute volume and the 5-minute volume filters, right? If something all of a sudden just has a 1-minute volume spike, it's having a 1-minute volume spike, you're catching that right away. So even if it wasn't trading much on the day whatsoever to that point, all of a sudden you got this volume pouring in on a 1 and 5 minute time frames, right? These will help you get those earlier alerts. And then you want to couple it with, all right, we've got the volume, but where's the movement, right? And that's where the change filters may come in for you. On the alerts, we have all the way down to 1 minute time frame. You can move it all the way to 120 minute time frame. And again, as you're breaking out, are you breaking out in a short term? Are you breaking out on a longer term? And again, ask yourself those questions. Apply what you believe at that time will be the appropriate filters. I would always suggest this when building an alert window too. Start with less. Less is more. Less filters, and don't tighten the values on those filters too much at the beginning. You want to see more data come in, right? You want to be able to get a good data sample. Good alert, bad alert, bad alert, bad alert, bad alert, bad alert, good alert, bad alert, good alert. And then go through and why was this good? Why was this bad? As we look through the charts, look at the filters, what was satisfied, when it was satisfied, was it satisfied too early? Was it satisfied too late? And then you can start to make adjustments. And then you can ask yourself, all right, I'm getting these alerts that I don't really care for, but I could add filter XYZ, and that may help me to eliminate some of those alerts in that regard. So some other things momentum wise you could consider is, a distance from an SMA, right? Something's picking up speed and it's moving. Oops. Something's picking up speed. It's moving away from one of these SMAs. You might want to see that expansion on that. Move over the VWAP, right? Another thing to consider. There was another one that just popped in my head and I completely lost it. We're going to scroll through and we're going to find it. I swear there was something else in my brain that I had. Oh, I remember. Bollinger Bands or RSI, right? RSI. That was not what I wanted to do. Excuse me. Typed that wrong. Right? All of a sudden we've got a 1 minute or 2 minute RSI really moving up on us. Maybe we set a minimum threshold, 65, 70, something like that. Bollinger Bands. We talked about Bollinger Bands yesterday, and a lot of people use them as a revision to the mean, which it works for a lot of people. So there's no reason to not do it if that's something you've been doing or you're looking to try to do. But a lot of people use Bollinger Bands, envelopes, things like that. We don't have any envelopes specifically, but Bollinger Bands will suffice, I believe. Something moving to the top band or breaking the top band, another way to consider momentum. So, those momentum with some volume coming into it and breaking that band. So long story long, based on what Peter had asked, hopefully that was informative. Hopefully that made sense. Hopefully that, got some juices flowing. And again, questions or comments on things that I said, please let me know. Sorry, Retired Fido. Curious, do you ever mark out fair value gaps when you chart? Nope, I don't even. Nope, never. Nope. Gap's a gap as far as I'm concerned. I don't try to break them down necessarily any other way. I know people do things, gappers by standard deviation, things like that. It certainly has its place. Just I've never gotten into it or done it personally. Let's see here. Let's see. IZM Stuart was asking. IZM. Sorry, bear with me 2 seconds. Just want to put the browser chart up here. So we got one browser, one non-browser chart. There we go. All right. IZM. Yeah, spread is not great. It's not like in a liquid stock, though. I mean, it's got 840,000 shares traded on it. It's having itself a day today, kicking about 5 2/3 on the relative volume. But look at this tough trader, man. Look at that topping shadow, or bottoming shadow. Look at that topping shadow. Look at it here. Look at that there. I mean, that's nasty. That's real nasty. That's real tough. On top of that, you've got that little volume here, those little volume kicks and this big volume kick, and then not as big as what was there, not as small as what was here. That just, that makes for a really, really, really tough trader for me. Obviously, look, in hindsight, oh man, could you imagine owning this like that? The pain people would have to sit through with owning that, even if you only had 100 shares on it, at 100 shares at, around $9, let's say, the way I'm thinking of it is $9 to $0 at 100 shares. It's a $900 loss, and will it go to zero? Not likely, but that's the first thing that always comes to my mind is what happens if the stock goes to zero? How much money am I losing? That's the first thing that I do, right? Then the second thing I do is, all right, well, where would I stick a stop and how much money would I lose if that stop gets hit? That's the second thing I do. So, someone that, look, if you had for example, $1 million account and you took 100 shares on this, even losing $900 if you had gotten it at 9 is not a big deal, right? On a $1 million account, but I don't have $1 million account, and so that's that's how I'm thinking of it. That's how I'm putting it in my terms, essentially. So sorry, a message came in to me here. I just wanted to check out. All right, so it's IZM. And folks, if you more questions, please bring those questions in for me, right? Please don't hesitate. Please don't be shy with the questions. We talked a little bit about stocks coming through my relative strength from the open scanner here. I am going to, we didn't do a market dive around yesterday at all. So why don't we do that now? And do not be afraid, again, do not be afraid to interrupt me. Don't be afraid to ask multiple questions. Yeah. If 10 of you ask questions, I'd love it. Absolutely. So don't feel like, oh, one person asked a question. I'll wait till he's done answering their question to ask a question. Just pop those questions in there and I will do my best to work all through them before Barry gets back here. If I don't have an answer for you, I will tell you I don't have an answer. Shoot me an email and I'll research and get you an answer to that question, of course. As contrary to popular belief, I don't know everything. I don't ever want to know everything. With that said, let's first take a look at the SPY here. Chicken Little, sky's falling, it's over, we're crashing, we're all dead. Only, 3 days later, we're not dead yet. So we'll see how that shakes out. At some point, we're going to get a pullback. We're going to get a sell-off. We're going to get a correction. At some other point, we're like, enter a bear market, right? I mean, it's the ebb and flow of things. When will that happen? I don't know. Crystal ball's broken. It ain't telling me when. But for now, things that I would notice is this. We've had this nice set of stairs climbing on my multi-period low indicator for 20 days. We're starting to maybe flatten a little bit in here. We've got, the exception of that day, the volume has declined some, right? So we've got this going here and we got a tick up in volume, took that out, took it out, took it out, right? So we've got a couple of days declining volume here. So I think there's a lot of bulls, bears kind of standoff with the market right now. There's no, real bad news out there right now. I think a lot of this that we see on the SPY and whatnot's going to be Fed driven. Are they cutting? Are they not cutting? It's infuriating. It's very tough. There's no question about that whatsoever. And it makes for people that are trading indexes and swing trading in general, it does make it a lot harder. It creates an environment where you might have to share size a lot smaller, wider stops, right? So something where, usually let's say I'm taking 1,000 shares and risking $500, now maybe you're taking, 300 shares and risking $500, but that deeper stop on the risk of, based on the shares. So those are things that I would encourage people to consider. I would never just run right out and do something. I would maybe a little testing in the simulator for a few days, a week, something like that. just to see what it looks like on a chart when you're, in a portfolio, in a position, before you just go running out and doing something completely different. But we don't have a real significant pullback right now. Look, lifetime high on the SPY being 524.61. We're hovering here at 517 and change. And again, it's one of those things where, it looks so bad. And then, well, I guess it doesn't look bad, right? And that's why when you're looking at the broader market, looking at these 5-minute candles could be tough if you're trying to take a broader market view. Now, on the intraday trading, of course, most stocks are going to be tethered to the SPY or the Qs, somewhat the IWMs and or the diamonds. And so, of course, it doesn't hurt on those intraday plays to be watching this and seeing, essentially what's happening there, right? And how they may or may not be affecting your positions. There are a lot of times I've noticed where something was like an alpha stock in the first hour and a half. And then, and the market was, it wasn't really up and maybe it was just kind of grinding down a little bit, but the stock did this, right? And all of a sudden the market starts to move down. The traders that had been interested in the stock have all started to leave, and then the market starts to get hold of that stock as well. So, these are things that are on my mind as a trader. I try to put them out in the air so other folks are thinking about that, looking at something like that too. And that just because your stock is an alpha stock now doesn't mean it will continue to be that alpha stock for the rest of the day or into tomorrow, or so on and so forth. Anyways, with the SPY here, we're getting these inside days, number of them here. One school of thought is, we're consolidating on lower volume, and without any real other bad news, we're going to make a push up on it. Another, school of thought is obviously we're consolidating on volume and it'll get weaker and we'll move down. Time will tell who's right. That's all there is to it. And all we can do is have a trading plan and articulate it in the positions that are meeting criteria of scans that we're looking at. I've bounced more to the swing trading side of things at the moment. So, bear that in mind. So that's our story on the SPY. Let's look at the Qs representing the NASDAQ. Excuse me, just a little pollen starting to get me here in New York. All right, so Qs, very similar look here. Sorry, clicking the wrong thing on the drawing tool. Consolidating these inside days. Same thing on some declining volume here. So same kind of schools of thought, right? As far as that goes. Diamonds representing the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Not quite as nice looking as those other two as far as the consolidation goes. And we peaked here, we sold off, and we stayed to the lower side on that sell-off here. Really starting to flatten out here. We get this flat move, and then, it's almost basically flat from there as well. So we'll see what happens with that there. And then again, look, exercise your mind as far as the charts go. If these things matter to you, if they don't matter to you, then, no purpose to do this exercise. But if the exercise works to you, get some lines on these charts and, say to yourself, all right, if this happens, then this may happen. So, let's just take a look at this area. Let's draw a line, right? If we give this up, right? Well, where's the next line we might be coming down to, right? That looks like a real logical spot to me right there. Will it do that? I have no idea. If it sells off, will that be the next spot that it kind of holds itself up around that 380 or just under that 380? I don't know. No one knows. But we could try to put the odds in our favor with something like that. So if you're looking for that pullback and then it holds that, maybe that's a logical spot. You're thinking a deeper pullback, right? That starts to look like a pretty logical spot to me down here, right? Again, I would encourage people, especially for the folks out there that are looking at a broader market view. Don't do this just with the diamonds, but do it with the Qs and the SPYs as well. How can some tested that the SPY is about to occur? I'm not really sure what you're asking there. If you could elaborate a little more, give me a little more to work with on that question. Trying to work through my head what you might be asking here. Like what is about to occur in the SPY? There's no way to predict something is going to occur in the SPY. First off, all we can do is set up if-then scenarios, likely if-then scenarios. If this happens, then this is likely to happen. Those are the things we kind of do. I mean, if you want to scan the SPY itself, you certainly create a scan and have it just point at the SPY. Whether you want it actually alerting that the SPY has done something, or if you just want to create a scan pointed at the SPY and then have a bunch of columns with data in it. So you're just seeing what the data of those columns is. You could certainly do that. Something you could do is a top list here, right? And we could go symbols list, single symbol, SPY, right? Okay. And then, let's see, depending on what we want to do. Now I'm going to arbitrarily make this up. But you can do this with any of the filters in here. So, we could say, volume today, I want to show that as a column. All right. Back to the search. Maybe I want, change what SPY's done over the last, I'm going to go 30 minutes on this here arbitrarily. I could show that as a column. Right. If maybe I want to see a 60-minute RSI on the SPY and show that as a column. Right. And like I said, I'm just kind of picking out some things here as an example, and then you're going to see the results of this whole move in a minute. Maybe, it's positioned in 10 days, right? As a percent. I'm going to show that column too. Now I'll go ahead and name it. And so we'll call it SPY data, right? And press OK. Bring this over. There's some other columns that were there by default, but we'll show them all like this. And I can see this stuff. And all it's doing is it's just telling me these things that I wanted to know about the SPY, and it's giving it to me here. So, it's 2.3% above the low of its 10-day range. On a 60-minute RSI, we're looking at 46. It's up about 0.1% in the last 30 minutes. The change from open, it's down 0.5% since the open. Its relative volume is kicking at 1.34 right now. It's traded 29.6 million shares. The change from the previous day's close, it's down 0.2%. And there's the price like that. And so you could do that with any stock too, or any group of stocks if you wanted. For example, I know there's people out there that want to just trade, some of the real big caps out there, your Tesla, Netflix, Apples, Googles, Amazons, whatever it is. And you could, the same thing here, you create a symbols list, right? So we could go tools, symbols list, create a new list. We'll call it Mega Cap Watcher. Right, press OK, and there it is right there. It's empty. Now I got to double click it, right? And then I could add, APL, NFLX, GOOG, TSLA. These are just examples. Again, I press OK, right? We're going to refresh from the server, right click, back into the configure of the scan, back to the symbols list, and I can tell it, I don't want a single symbol. I want only the following lists. Now add that list, and this is going to be in alphabetical order. So we're going to scroll down to the M's, and there's my Mega Cap Watcher, personal in parentheses, because I know that I made it. And I put that in here, and we can see it's over here now. I put a check mark in it, press OK, OK. And there you go. Sometimes it may take 15, 20 seconds for this to refresh after doing that, because top lists aren't a 30-second refresh. Each stock doesn't take 30 seconds to refresh, but the overall list can have a 30-second refresh time. Anyways, so there it is. And now I've got that data on all 4 of those stocks that I put on that list, right? So, this is just a way to slice and dice the software in different ways. I suspect this has something to do with what you were asking there, Nagino, but not 100% sure. But I took an educated guess that you were looking for something similar to what you with this here. And again, do this with the SPY again. Let's put that closed. Pearson with YMDIA struggle at $5 share when this AM it didn't. $5 very big psychological level, right? And in the pre-market, you have a lot less traders, and in the regular session, you have a lot more traders. And so you have more traders looking at that $5 level right now, and that's all there is to it. And $5 is one of the biggest psychological levels for stocks. $1, $5, and $10 are, three of the biggest psychological levels for stocks. And I guess the next one will probably be $100. Now, that's not to say your 15s or 20s, every whole number has some potential for some resistance and significance behind it. Not every one will do it. Not every stock will show those hesitations with buyers and sellers at that. But it just goes back to human psychology, right? How many people here put their TV volume at 23? The answer is 0, I would guess, right? Everybody's putting their TV volume at 5, 10, 15, 20. You might have the odd person across the board that maybe they're using even numbers of 18, 20, 22, 24, but nobody puts the volume at 21. Nobody does, right? If you took 100 people, I'd be surprised if more than one person did something like that. And so, it's really just psychological. That's all there is to it, Peter. You stop that right now, Barry. I don't believe you. Yeah. Oh, there's always a few in the crowd. Always a few in the crowd. But if you polled 100 people, I would suspect that greater than 75% of them would tell you they're putting it on your 5s or your even numbers, multiples of 5s or even numbers only. So, not to say the outliers don't exist, but they are certainly outnumbered. So, all right, I think we're good on the questions here. Please, if you have any, don't hesitate. Please get them in here. Selfishly, I like answering these questions. It makes me think more, and it certainly helps me to do a better job at troubleshooting things, when I'm in chats and emails with folks outside of this. I would never trash talk either one of you, John. I would never trash talk either one of you. All right, so we covered that. Oh, I didn't get to the IWM yet. Wanted to hit the IWM. So the last time we talked about this was a few weeks ago, and we talked about how the IWM, the sellers, got up above this 200 level, and the sellers came back for it, and then it got up and it, took out the high, took out that prior high. We come back down here again on that sell-off. I think it would be really beneficial, especially for the swing traders and especially for those that like to trade small caps in general, whether it's daily or swing trading, to keep in mind of this here. We have continued to walk this up now, walk up those stairs. And another way to also illustrate this is here's a low, here's a higher low, here's a higher low. And if we don't take out that low, that's yet one more higher low. And to do us one better, there's a high. Oh, and here's another low, right? Here's a high. We take that high out. We take that high out. We take it out again. Just by a smidge, we took it out again. Still counts, right? So I would keep these in mind. It's not a perfect drawing, but we got a pretty good channel going on here for the IWMs and the small caps. And if the small caps are working, generally speaking, you're going to find a lot of other things working besides the small caps. Again, a lot of this is more relative to the swing trading side, but certainly when the small caps are really working, you're going to find the day trading side of things to be not easy, but easier, more likely than not. Anybody that was participating and did well in the market from, let's say, that end of October, beginning of November of 2023 run all the way up into the beginning of the new year. I mean, there were some days where, it just seemed like every symbol was working, right? That doesn't mean everyone was doing it. That doesn't mean there wasn't symbol selling off. It doesn't mean the trading was necessarily any less difficult. There was just a bigger basket to choose from of stocks that were working at that point. That basket is obviously narrowed again. You'll find very often when the small caps are moving, that basket of stocks that are working will expand as well. So I'm a day trader, but sometimes I'm forced to keep why are you forced to keep it as a swing trade? Is it because it didn't hit your stop or your target, so you're just going to hold it? I would say this to you at that point, add a time stop to what you're doing too. If the trade isn't working by the end of the day, I'm exiting it as well. Unless, you're simply going to enter it and keep it more in a swing trade possibility mind with the hopes to exit it on a target side to the upside on the day trade. But if your stop is coming through, there should be no excuse for you to hold through a stop ever. There's no viable excuse to hold through a stop. Sorry, I'm trying to think of an excuse that I would accept, and there's not one that I would. I guess if you're a very disciplined trader and you don't normally stick stops in right afterwards, but you're always executing your stops as the price hits, I guess if somehow you lost all internet connection and everything else, and then it went through your stop and you had no way of getting it in there, not through your, the phone app of your broker and anything else, then I guess I could accept that. But that's such an extreme case that I don't think we have to be concerned about it. Outside of that, if you're entering trades and you're not finding yourself getting stopped out during the day or getting out because of a profit target reached, I would implement some kind of time stop into that then, right? I think that would be extremely, extremely important for you to do. Oh my God, what was that dip just now in OPFI? What was it? Well, I see this dip that happened back here. I don't know that this is really that much more significant at this point, but we talked about OPFI somewhere in here, and we saw that volume come up, and we discussed, is the volume going to come up and the sellers are going to have it? And so far, that looks like what it is. This continues to look under pressure. Again, if I was to be interested in this, I'd be, I wouldn't be interested in it again until it took out this 320 level at the earliest. And even then, look at that 330 level afterwards and ask yourself, what am I risking? Am I risking, a 320 entrance against a 3 stop, or am I risking it against a 389 stop? And then what happens if it only moves up 10 cents? So am I really going to risk 20, 30 cents for 10 cents right now? So those are things that that's what I'd be asking. It went to 255. I'm not seeing that on my charts. And I'm scrolling back on time and sales right now, and not seeing it in time and sales as well. I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing a 255 print anywhere on time and sales. And I'm not seeing it on a 1 minute chart. Not sure. And I'm scrolling back to here's time and sales. Right? This is the book. There's no arguing this. And here's your times in every print right now. And so far I don't see a 255 print. It's back to current. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure where you saw it from. If that print exists, it's not on IB's book, and it's not on Thinkorswim's book either. They're using the same book. All right, sorry, go back to 5 minutes here. That trusty drawing tool. All right, what else do we need to cover? We talked about any sectors recently. TAN I've seen popping up a few different times here on the sectors list over the last few weeks. So, you know, a couple of days there, sells off. A day there, sells off. A day there, sells off. Now it's got a couple of days working again. So, you know, we'll see. There's a bottomed out. It's making some higher lows, but it isn't making higher highs yet. So it's really painting itself into a symmetrical triangle there. And I know some people say, isn't that a wedge? No, it's not a wedge. That's a symmetrical triangle right there. A wedge would be, you know, if we went and drew a line like this and that, that's a descending wedge. You need a flat line with the angled line to be a wedge. If we were like this, that would be an ascending wedge. I was on Yahoo chart. Interesting. All right. So anyways, TAN, you know, again, teasing a little bit here. What's some other things that we should probably look at? I feel like this is one to look at. China, right? So this bottoming out of China here, and then it, you know, makes this violent move up and move back down, and it grinds itself higher, moves back down. It's a pretty violent move up again, and I've been really flopping and chopping here. And this is the Chinese internet stocks, but you know, we can see we're starting to take some steps up. Let's see if this flattens out a little bit for you China lovers. I would also FXI. There's the FXI. FXI is going to be your large cap Chinese stocks. Pretty similar look. I'd say this one's a little, I don't want to say less choppy, different choppy. That's what I'm going to say. So again, you get that initial violent move up and a sell off, a move up and a sell off, and then a move up, and it stays a little more sideways through this part here than what we saw with the K-Web. You know, there are a lot of believers that, you know, China being the second largest economy in the world, you're positioned well for them to get going. You could be in a world of happiness from that. Obviously, you also don't want to be a bag holder if you don't have a time frame for any of these things that are here. You know, what do I mean by bag holder? Doesn't necessarily just mean you're losing money, right? You just buy something and you're up or down a few cents on it, but it's not really doing anything, and you didn't go into it with any kind of time frame. Well, now your money's tied up in something. You have no plan, and you're holding a bag, right? So, you know, these are things I always want to keep in mind and like to convey. Regional banks, I feel like that is one to take a look at here. And get out of here. You know, this is when the world was coming to an end. It's all over. Republic Bank or whatever it was crashed, and we're all going to die, and there's going to be a run on the banks and all that stuff like that. And then that didn't happen, right? So, and, you know, we sold off through the rest of the summer into the fall, and they continue to recover, mostly moving sideways at this point. But this right here is a great example of why I don't read the news. I would also throw out there that I believe if you took the market cap of all the regional banks combined, it's still less than the market cap of Apple. So, you know, I'd keep that in mind too. And I'm not saying that if all the regional banks failed, everything's going to be okay. All I'm saying is the market cap of all of them is less than Apple. So, you know, these things I think are important to keep in perspective when there's a lot of sensationalism out there and a lot of clickbait stuff with news and things like that. And there are people that want to be informed with the news and they want to read it, they want to see it, they want to hear it, they want to listen to it. And that's, absolutely nothing wrong with that if that's what they're doing. But I would also caution against getting sensationalized by a lot of these clickbait nonsense things that are out there. Fear sells. There's a reason why they tell you 30 bad things on the news for the one good thing. Because if they were just talking about the good things that were going on, people really wouldn't tune in. So, yeah, that's that in a nutshell here. Sorry, lost my train of thought for a second. We're going through a few sectors. Gold, all-time highs, right? But what's interestingly enough about this all is there's gold all-time highs, GDX, which is going to be your gold miners. Whoops. GDX. There we go. Still haven't gotten there yet. So, their all-time high is 45.78. Not even there from a couple of years ago, right? So it's just interestingly enough that the metal itself has performed so outstandingly, and yet the miners haven't quite participated to the same degree. Might be a catch-up trade. I have no idea. I'm not a big gold person. I hear you.
Best trading strategy in the world: flip a coin.
Absolutely.
So this is what I did.
I can't wait.
I flipped a coin. Well, in my head, I did anyway. MDIA and that stupid DXYZ. Okay.
Yep.
So just as I was taking my break, and you were starting, and you're probably hearing me, or I know the rest of the people were hearing me. I kept waiting for that MDIA to really break through 5. Yeah. And it never really did it. It got up above 5 a couple of times, and I kept looking at that DXYZ, and I'm thinking, like somehow I haven't traded it yet. Okay. Well, I have traded it now, but I hadn't traded it from, 20 to 120. Yeah. And I said, you know what? Okay. Flip a coin. Which one are you going to take? And luckily it came up on DXYZ, got in at 64, not many shares, obviously not a lot of shares. Yeah. And I'm out mainly most of them at 70. And then I look left, or I don't look left, but I looked at my thumbnail chart at MDIA, and I couldn't believe it when I saw the big drop. So that is just, dumb luck. I really, seriously. I mean, I really wanted the MDIA because
I suspect you had something in the back of your head.
Not really. I mean, because I think that was the third time it tried to get through 5. And I thought, okay, for the MDIA, and I thought, okay, third time lucky. Look at all the room looking left, ton of room. But this DXYZ, I thought, what if people really get a hold of it again? And now it may still, I'm not in it anymore. I mean, it may rip right back up to 100. I mean, I'd like to find a similar one. Obviously, we all would. All this is an investment company. And they invested in OpenAI and a couple other things that people know about. That's all they did. And fairly low float, and it's nonsense. I mean, that it's up there, but anyway, Chris, that is my I literally flipped a coin in my head. I just said, okay, which one? And it was teetering right on the edge, and it landed on the DXYZ. So
and here you are, ready to drive a Lambo now.
Yeah, well, no, unfortunately, I didn't have that many shares. I wish. Can you imagine though people who took it at 20 and just held on even for 3 or 4 days? It's just
life-changing.
Life-changing. It really is, because you could have got all you wanted at 20, all you wanted.
Yep, and, absolutely.
Anyway, my friend, well, thank you for stepping in for Michael.
You very kindly.
Yeah, so who knows? Maybe somebody else will want to bag off this week, and you might do a triple.
You never know. It's entirely possible.
Okay. Thank you, Chris.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. And we will catch you on the next one. Adios, everyone.
Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Let me get rid of my announcement. Let me get my music going again. Then just give me a moment. All both rooms, music is going. So, for those of you in the main room, I was just talking to Chris and how this was a coin flip trade for me. I mean, you know that I really like the MDIA and the MDIA. I mean, I think it hit three times. It got up to five. Let's see, right there, 510, right there, 510, right there, 504, right there, five. So actually, it was four times. On that one, the one before that, it was a toss up for me. Which one are you going to take? Because I was really keen on getting that DXYZ. And I said to Chris, this is sort of a mental coin flip. And I decided, you know what? What if this DXYZ, what if it really gets rolling again? Now, I didn't take very many shares, guys. I got in just over 64 and I'm out most at 70. Now, I may get back in if it takes this out right here, which I think is around 71.83. You never know because you're going to get a lot of people thinking, well, you know what? It did have 122 in the pre-market. Maybe it'll have a run. But anyway, it was just dumb luck. It could have been the MDIA. And then look what happened to the MDIA right after that. It just absolutely cratered. So Kay in our YouTube room, I didn't actually hear what Chris's explanation when you said that nobody's forced to keep a stock for a swing. Okay, I know what happened to you. You missed your stop because you didn't you said you were away from your computer on the OPFI, but I would not be holding it. I mean, I would get out. I mean, I shouldn't say it like this because it could come right back up. But I mean, nobody is forcing you to hold that stock. Okay. Now I see it's back up to $3. So you might get lucky. You might get lucky. Okay. But nobody is forcing you to hold it just because you missed your stop. Because you never know. I mean, that could have just kept going down, 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 down. Now, I think you're going to be reasonably lucky here, depending where you got in it, because it's back up to the AI alert price. So, but I would never say to myself, "Well, I'm forced to hold something," because I didn't get out at my stop. So, meanwhile, well, you wouldn't be swing trading it. You would have got stopped out. Okay, I mean, you just would not be swing trading it. I'm not saying. I mean, now it might. I mean, it gets back up to that AI price. But I mean, I just you wouldn't be swing trading it, not after what it did. It blew through the stop there, and so you'd be out. Now you might want to take a look at it again, maybe later, but there's been a big sell-off. 341 down to 3. But I think if you're not out of it, you're going to get, you're going to be fortunate, I guess, because I'm sure you got in around the 305 mark, right? So, I mean, in this particular case, you got lucky, but understand that could have just kept moving down, 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 down. Now, wait a minute. Now, um, you actually did. There's a stop for it. So actually, it did not hit the stop. Must have been something else you were talking about, right? I'm just looking now at OPFI. I mean, there's a stop down at 278, and that did not hit the stop. I mean, the lowest it got was down to 290. So it did not blow through your stop. Or were you talking about the RVSN? You might have been. I think you were talking about the RVSN earlier, right? Because this might get going now. I mean, it's possible. Anything is possible. We're back up to the AI alert anyway at 305. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So it was the RVSN And so the stop was at 186. So at 169 now, I mean, it's, definitely below the stop. But that MDIA though, that really, it's amazing what a rug pull that was. I mean, it got right to that 5 again, right to the 5 again. But you can see all these little blue lines up here. These are all my price alerts, and they did not turn green like the ones below. Did not turn green. So I was never anticipating that it was going to break through 5, but it sure looked good. I mean, 3 times right at 5, it looked really good. Probably going to regret not having any more of the DXYZ left, but it's so volatile that I think I was happy enough to take up a $5 out of this trade. Not with a lot of shares, guys. I'm not, but enough that it was fun, fun to see it work. Yeah, I mean ACRV. I mean, it's. I know you asked me earlier. It was just sort of chopping around that 10 level. I mean, it's to me, it's a bit of a mystery because I mean the financing is 850. I don't know if they came out with any other news. But when I saw all this, I mean, this is to me, yes, the trend was up, but where are you going to put a stop? When you've got these topping tails and bottoming tails, you're going to have fairly wide stops. So it just became something I wasn't terribly interested in, but no disputing the fact that it's still moving and good volume. The volume is picking up even. Time is it right now? 109. So this has another 6 minutes to close. This volume bar right there. Now listen, the OPFI. I mean, this could come back. It's back now over the AI alert was at 305. The VWAP is at 313, so that would be an important level for it to take out. So, you know what? I'm going to stick an alert around 321, clearing the VWAP. Okay, clear the VWAP. Okay. Okay, so I wanted to see it clear the VWAP. Because as always, when we look left, it has a lot of room. I mean, you've got today's high to contend with, 342, but if it got to there even, that wouldn't be too bad. But if it could take out today's high at some point also, and then you've got 383 looking left. I don't have an aftermarket scan link, but we have an aftermarket channel. Okay. So if you click, whoops, let me get this up here. If you click on new, I don't trade after hours really. Okay. So, but if you click on new and then dock channel bar, and then, oh man, look at this thing go now. Why am I not in it? Show more and after hours. Okay. After hours. Okay. So there's an after hours channel that you can take a look at. The only time I trade after hours is if I saw a stock that really closed well, okay, and it was really active all day and it closed well, and then I watch it after hours for maybe the first 5 minutes and it starts to move, I may take it. I may take it, but I can't remember the last time, that I actually traded the aftermarket. What time did the alert? Oh, it was very early, 9:46 Eastern time. And it worked great, excuse me, at the beginning. Okay, we had the alert at 3:05, You can see that, maybe you can see my 15-minute chart. You see there's a blue arrow, up arrow. And so from that alert at, when the alert price was 305, it got up to 342 and then it fell back down. But that was a very, very nice early alert from the AI. Again, that was at 9:41, 9:46 Eastern time. Okay. Oh boy, this now let's take a look. There's a line in my chart, EWY DXYZ. No, actually, it's not. So there's the okay. So the VWAP's at 74.25. So it is now starting to approach the VWAP 74.25. I have to stick an alert there just to see if it powers through that and see if there are enough people out there that looked at this post market or pre market, actually post market. No, this is pre market. Sorry, 4 o'clock this morning when it got up to $123. All right, guys, let's see what's happening on some of my other scans that I haven't really. This AMRK, what did it do from 38.23? Yeah, this was a short opportunity at 38.23 from my the abnormal option activity scan. You know what? 37.87. If it takes out 37.87, this could have a nice little move down. Volume, relative volume is great still, 6.3. That's for the AMRK. Had a big, big day yesterday. Precious metals engages, so it's a trading, trades in gold, silver. So obviously, if you take a look, let's take a look at GLD just out of curiosity. Yeah, so you can see the GLD is dropping a bit. So you can see that that's probably why the AMRK is. So William is putting a couple of scans in for you eyes. If you don't like the ones from the channel bar, the after hours market, but I think it's probably pretty good. But Williams got a couple gapping up after hours and gapping down. If you want to see stocks gapping up, you could still keep this, you can have this. This works after hours too. You want to see stocks gapping up, this meaning the relative strength leaders from the close, this will still work after hours. All right, I'm keeping an eye on the INM. Oh, wait a minute, edible, EDBL. This is doing something maybe. Oh man, look how crazy this one was 2 days ago when it got up to 12 and closed down here at 7. Yesterday fell. So this, very, very choppy. If you're wondering, well, why am I clicking on it? Because I don't know until I click on it. I won't know what I'm going to see until I actually click on it. Now, the high yesterday, 788, and again, the high the day before was 12. Now, what I wanted to look at was INMD, facing pretty nicely now. The big drop, and basically, this was an Israeli stock. May the 7th, they release earnings. They will release earnings on the 7th, but they've kind of preconditioned the market saying, you know what, we're not going to, well, this is exactly what they said, decreases their 2024 revenue guidance. Okay. So, well, right here. Okay. Eyes, watch. Can you see me? Oh, well, you can't see me, but can you see what I'm doing? Click on new, docked channel bar, and then click on the show more, and then down here, where are you? After hours. Where is it? What? It's after hours. Why can't I see it? They get rid of it? Or I just can't see it. Oh, right here. Sorry, guys. So right after the pre-market. So there it is, after hours. Okay. So you got to click on the channel bar. Okay. And dock channel bar. And can you see, eyes? Can you see what I'm pointing at? The after hours? Okay, good. All right. Well, okay, Jay. You're a beginning trader and you bought the full AI Pro suite, no idea how to use it. Okay. Can I make a trade that the AI will make work out with auto stop loss, etc.? So there's no auto trading the AI, Jay, number one. Okay. So, first of all, you're a new trader, brand new trader. The first thing I would do is take a look at these videos. Okay. I mean, listen, trading is not easy. So even though the AI will generate some alerts for you, you have to know how to, you have to have an idea about when you click on the alert, what the chart is trying to tell you. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, and one of the things right there, Trading 101, this is a series of videos that you can take a look at. A lot. Now you don't have to go right to the first video. Starts off with what is a stock, but analyzing candlestick patterns, like what are the candlestick trends, like what is, like when you click on an alert, what is this trying to tell you? If you're starting out brand new, there's, remember, trade ideas is called trade ideas because they generate ideas, but it doesn't mean that just because you get the idea at the time that you take the trade. Okay. I'm sorry to say, I mean, there's nothing, and there's no auto trading. Oh, okay. So what, see, I just didn't know when you said you were a beginning trader. So for instance, okay, let's take a look at the OPFI earlier today. Okay. So we had the alert. There was the alert. The price was at 305. you know, what I would have done and did, okay, is I waited for a 310 break. Number one, I looked left. And yes, we had the alert at 305, but I wanted to wait for a 310 break, which was the high, the next high looking left on the daily chart. And why it was a very attractive looking trade, potential trade for me, was because if it could take out 310, then when you look left, the next high, excuse me, the next high was way up here at 383. So that's how I analyzed whether or not I wanted to take that trade in the first place. Just because it comes from the AI, RAI, or any one of the scans that I've got doesn't mean I just, blindly follow the trade. So that's how I analyzed it. Okay. Now, how you would look at it might be completely different. And like any other trade, though, if you, I mean, the AI does generate a stop. There was the stop, 278. I'm not s that is nowhere where I would put my stop, okay, because that basically what it was doing is just taking a stop at the low of the day. But, for me, that's way too, large for me on a $3 stock to have like, 30, 20, 30, 35 cent stop. It's just for me, it's just too large. Boy, look at this DXYZ, guys. I'm gonna be kicking myself. Well, what I just did, okay, I mean, it depends on what sort of trader you are too, Jay. I mean, are you somebody who likes to see stocks near the high of the day, n- near the low of the day, on a pullback? Well, the AI is just going to give you alerts. You can't plug a symbol in and say, okay, AI, tell me what to do. Okay. The AI will just deliver you those stocks as they come. The earliest one would be 9:40. Okay, you see there was one at 9:46, one at 9:47, and one at 10. That's it for today. Okay, so I'm not sure that answers your question, but and it is, there is always a stop that is generated automatically in the AI, a suggested stop. As I said, I personally would not follow. I personally would not. I did not follow that stop. But I mean, if you wanted to, you want to follow that stop, fine. Well, when you say will not trigger a sale, okay, you're talking about auto trading, okay? We don't yeah, there's no auto trading anymore for the AI, okay? The best use, in my opinion, is you click on the alert, and then just like I was sort of showing you how I analyze this OPFI, yeah, we got the alert at 305, but I wanted to wait for a break of 310, that high looking left. So, I mean, I'm in no mad rush. If the stock, if the alert was at 305 and I get in at 312, it's not the end of the world. It's not like you have to get in right at the absolute penny. Okay. Wow. Look at DXYZ. I'm going to kick myself. I know it. Yeah. I mean, you could put in your broker if you wanted to. Sure. You could put the auto stop. You could put the stop in. So if you looked at this and said, okay, I'll use that stop at 278. Sure. You can put it in. You can use your broker and just put the stop in at 278. Thing is, how many stocks are you trading at the same time? Again, if you're starting out, I would probably not have more than 2 trades at the same time. So it's not that hard to manage, not that hard to manage. Now I mean, if you're willing to, you could use our internally, you could use our Brokerage Plus. to do your trading from within Trade Ideas. You link it to Interactive Brokers. Okay, let me show you. Let me answer one question, okay, before I do that. How do I make the volume in different colors? My first chart, these right here. Okay, so if I go to right click and click on indicators and go to the volume and modify the colors, okay? So up colors, down colors, okay? So if I want, so I can set my up color as up, meaning, okay, obviously this close, this is, we'll call this buying volume versus selling volume, okay? So up versus down. So the up color, you just set it. Click on this. I'm sorry. There you go. So you just click on this and now you can set an up color and then you can set a down color. Okay. And this is just a palette. You just pick whatever color you want for your up and then do the same thing on the down, whatever color you want. So obviously a long time ago, I decided to have, so you can see what's happening. I mean, there's the weekly red. So that's orange. There's the green, blue. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm in Canada too, Jay. So yeah, you can use Brokerage Plus in Canada. So for instance, just using it in the simulator. So if I did something like this, just give me a moment. Just want to start afresh. Okay, so if you load Brokerage Plus, here it is, new Brokerage Plus. Okay, so this is more than likely what you're going to see. You may not have the same column headers, but something like this, it probably will say not connected. And you just click on sim for simulation. Well, I'm going to do that. If you wanted to, trade live, but I would practice in the simulator first, okay, to get used to using it. And so you click on sim. It turns to paper trading now instead of simulated. Okay, that's something new. Now, if depending on the version, well, if you're new enough, this will probably say paper trading. Okay, TI paper trading. So now you're in the paper trader simulator. So at this point, I'm going to I want to put this off the monitor because if I click on a symbol, this will disappear in behind my layout. So, but I'll just click on a symbol. Yeah, I just clicked on ACVR, ACRV. Okay, it was over here, so I just clicked on it, and you see the symbol it shows up. So if I want to take, I want to take 200 shares, buy it, send it. Now, the way I trade is I always know where my stop is, okay, before I take a trade. That share sizes me. So, but let's pretend, so I can add the stop right now. Let's go 1150. You'll see it'll be right on the chart. Okay, so if okay, there it is. Okay, so so if I allowed this to go down to 1150, stop myself out, I'd be out $39 as an example. Okay, so but that's how you can add the stop right in Brokerage Plus. Well, you can do that. I mean, you can put a target also. I mean, I can add a target. I mean, I would never do this, Jay, but I mean, if you want, you can do it. So you want to put a target. So if you got into this trade at 1170 and you put a target at, I don't know, we'll say 1250. Okay. And you can see it right up here. So yeah, I guess in theory you could walk away. You've got your stop, you've got your target. Yeah. Okay, so first thing is, can you load this? You have to, though, you have to, first of all, before you do anything, before you start trading live with this, like using real money, you should practice in the simulator, okay? I don't use trailing stops, okay? I personally don't use trailing stops, Jay. That might be a question. I mean, unfortunately, Chris was in the YouTube room. You might want to ask that question about different types of stops, okay? I don't use this to trade, okay? That's why I do everything manually. I'm usually only one, maximum two trades at a time. I like to, and I'm here all day, so I'm not taking I'm not taking a walk down to Sunnybrook Park, as you phrase it. Okay, so I'm here, so I like to manage my trades. But I get it. If you want to, take off, as long as you're really comfortable with where you've put your stop. But if you want a little more information, you might want to go to our homepage, okay, and ask about trailing stops and things like that. Well, if you're a swing trader, if you don't get out of the trade at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. Right in here, you can practice swing trading. I'm going to tell you, Jay, practice in the simulator first before you commit money to the market, okay? And because if you want to use this, I mean, it's fine to use it, but you better understand how to use it before you commit money to the market, okay? So practice in the simulator first, get used to using it, and then you want to connect to your account, which is up here, Brokerage Plus Live. Then you can connect to your broker account to IB. Well, let me ask you this, Jay. If you've had huge, huge success without tools, and why why would you want to use trade ideas? I mean, I'm not trying to be um, sarcastic or anything, but if you've had huge success without tools, then why would you change? Why would you change something that you've had huge success at? Losses are part of trading, okay? But you're saying you've had a huge success without using any tools, okay? Losses are part of trading, right? It's all about managing the losses, of course, making sure that the losses are, with making sure that the losses are manageable. This might be a good time. This might be a good time to go over a little bit of money management, not just for you, Jay, but for anybody else who's listening who's kind of new. So let me let me look at PBI. Okay, I'm just using this as an example because it's relatively cheap, and I just want to use this as an example. Give me a moment as I load Brokerage Plus again. Okay, I clicked on PBI. I'm going to take 500 shares. I mean, we're just going to go over money management. I'm going to buy it, send it, and you'll see that on the chart, there's going to be a line that says approximately. Oops, I haven't put the stop in. Sorry. So I got in at the entry was 427. I'm going to put the stop in at 407, and I will explain why I'm doing this. Now you're going to see a red line on the chart that says approximately minus 100. It says minus 97.50. So the way I trade, is I have a checklist that everything has to check before I'll take the trade. Doesn't really matter what my checklist is. I get that question, what's yours? I want to do exactly what you do. Well, it's not that simple, okay, because it still requires some, chart reading experience and all of that. But a lot of the things that I that I would have to have checked. In other words, in my scans, I've already got a lot of the things checked. I'm not going to see a price range outside of a price range that I want. I'm always going to see a minimum volume that I need, maybe a relative volume that I need. So in all of these scans that I've got, a lot of the things are already checked. So my next step then is, okay, click on the alert. And what do I see? Does it become a candidate to trade? But believe it or not, the first thing that I do, the very first thing I do, I say, well, if I took this trade, where am I getting out of the trade if it's not working? Which is, of course, my stop. And I have to be able to look at the chart and go, okay, maybe this is a bad example because it's so extended, but I'm just using this as an example, okay, for the PBI. I would look at the chart and I would say, okay, I want to put my stop at this level. And if I say 20 cents away, and if I put my stop 20 cents away, and remember, all my stops are not 20 cents away. It all depends on the chart. When I look at maybe a 15-minute chart where I see a lot of support, if it broke down through that area, I want to be out of the trade. As an example, all sorts of different ways you can put a stop, and that's why people should practice first. Some people might want to use the low of the previous 5-minute candle or the 15-minute candle. You can practice doing that. But let's just say, okay, I take a look at the trade. Take a look at the potential, and I say, okay, there's where my stop is. Let's say it's 20 cents away. The next thing I do is I look left. And I look to see, especially most of my trades are near the high of the day if I'm going long. So I would look left on the daily chart. And remember, if my stop is 20 cents away, the next high I would have to see on the daily chart would have to be 40 cents away. I could risk 20 cents in order to maybe make 40 cents. If the next high on the daily chart was 5 cents away, I'm not going to take the trade. I'm not going to risk 20 cents to maybe make 5 cents. Now, just because the next high might be 40 cents away doesn't mean it's going to get there. But, what I try to do is just take out chart resistance as one of the reasons why a stock won't keep moving higher. Now, the next high could be $1 away, even better, right? And that's why, when I looked at the OPFI, I mean, look where the next high is, way up here at 384. So if you're in this trade at trade 315 and I had a 15-cent stop, so I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 30 cents on the trade. Well, 315 plus 30 cents is 345. I look left and it's way up here at 383. So I don't have to worry so much about the next high. If I can't see it on the daily chart, then I look on the weekly chart. This is why you got to practice trading. I mean, just, this is the way I look at things. It doesn't have to be the way you look at things. So that's one aspect of it all, okay? So the next aspect though, and why I put the stop 20 cents away and why I took 500 shares in this demonstration is because the next step is, okay, I know where I have an idea where my stop's going to be. And when I look left, I have a reasonable expectation of making, double what my stop is, a reasonable expectation. How many shares are you going to take? So if you've got a $5,000 account, hopefully it makes sense. You're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. But what I like to do in the simulator is showing a risk of $100 a trade. That's why I put the stop 20 cents away. I just wanted to make the math super simple. Okay. And I took 500 shares because if I get stopped out, if I have my full position of 500 shares and it goes down to 407, I'm in at 427. It goes down to 407, I'll lose $100. 500 times 20 cents equals $100. Consequently, if you're knowing how many shares to take, you just do the reverse math. If I want to risk $100 a trade, I divide 20 cents into 100 to get 500 shares. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet to do that, so you have you don't have to do it all in your head. But that's how I trade, and I also don't vary my risk amount. In other words, how much am I willing to lose on the trade? I don't say one trade, I don't say, okay, I'm willing to lose 1,000 on this trade, $500 the next trade, 100 the next trade. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every trade. Okay. Oh, so I wish I had more resolve on that DXYZ. I mean, that now is at another $8 that I'm since I got out. Oh well. So that's why, practicing trading, where you're going to put a stop and things like that. I mean, you've got there's only one there's no hard and fast rule about where you put a stop. Though if I were starting out trading, I may just say, okay, let me use the low of the previous 5-minute candle. The reason being that that's a defined number, okay? Whereas if you're trying to size up on a chart where there's maybe some where you might think a support area might be based on candles, it's not quite as exact as saying, okay, I'm just going to put my stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle or the low of the previous 15-minute candle. That's a defined number. No guesswork. Well, you've got to have money management, Jay. You've got to have money management. If you're talking about level of understanding, you've, the key to staying in, doing all this is you have to have. Well, then if this is not for you. If you find this a time waster, and you're not willing to put in the time, then I'm sorry. There's Trade Ideas is a program. It's called Trade Ideas, but it's not going to teach you to trade so much. You have to have money management. Okay. And I don't think 58 is old, but anyway, sorry. I mean, there's no shortcuts in this. You say you've had huge success doing what you're doing, but you're insecure about doing it, and that you might have had beginner's luck. Maybe you had, but there's no shortcut to this. I'm a newbie. Why do my screens look totally different than your? Well, this is my layout, okay, Edgard. This is my layout. So I mean, everybody has their own. Well, not everybody probably has their own layout of what they want to see. So I don't know what screen you're looking at. Well, the same thing, Jay. I mean, if you've got the AI, I tried to tell you or explain to you the OPFI. If you get that alert, now, I mean, you could have taken it right at 305, and that could have been your stop if you don't want to learn anything else. Okay. I mean, the AI generates a stop for you. There's your entry. I wouldn't get hung up about getting in right at the exact penny. So, I mean, if you just want to use the AI to trade, our AI to trade, well, here's your stop, here's your entry. Okay, go for it. I mean, then you don't have to guess where you're going to put a stop. I mean, if you want to obey exactly what the AI is telling you. How do you change layouts? Well, first of all, if you're brand new, you can take a look at the different layouts we have. Okay. So if you click on new from our toolbar and listen really carefully, click on docked channel bar, okay? Not channel bar, but docked channel bar. And this is what you'll see. These are all theme-based layouts. You can take a look at all these different layouts, and there might be something that you like. There might be a scan in here that you like, but I'm also sharing a lot of my scans, okay? If you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I mean, I would also make sure that you have done at least this. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, and this I don't know if you did the getting started, okay? But there's the getting started. Now you probably you don't have to do the download and install, but you probably should take a look at introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows, okay, to understand what they are. I mean, look, it's a software program. There is a bit of a learning curve. What we tried to do here is to, vary in a short period of time. These are all short videos to at least give you the basics, the introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. So you and I'm sharing a lot of my scans, okay? So if you go to my homepage and down this center section right here, these are the scans that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. But I've got a lot of scan. I'm not using them all at the same time. I just have, but these are a bunch of scans that I put together that might be interesting to you or anybody else, and you can take a look at them. But again, if you're new to trading also, if you're not just new to trade ideas, I really recommend you take a look at this Trading 101 because it's a series of free videos that can get you started understanding how to read charts, trends, candlestick patterns, things like that. Jen, I hope I helped you there. I see Todd is also doing that, but I hope you were listening to me regarding the different colors. Well, you can practice using, if you don't want to do anything else, Jay, other than taking a look at our AI and using those alerts, okay? Practice, okay? You can practice. Not every alert is going to be awesome, okay? But also, for instance, look at this one here, RVSN. Looks terrible, right? The entry was 213. It got stopped out at 186. It's sitting at 167. Maybe it sets up later on. I use the AI like a watch list. I don't think it's going to set up later on. But what if all of a sudden it stopped here and it started to move back up? Maybe got up to 180, rested a bit, maybe, and then it started to move. This may be more of a pullback trade for you. Okay. I use this like a watch list. I don't take the trade I don't get in at the exact penny. And some days I don't take any trades at all, because they don't set up for my style of trading. Where do I set the sound for when alerts are triggered? Okay, so are you talking about how to put a sound alert on an alert window? Is that what you mean, Nick? Yeah, that's okay. Okay, so in an alert window, you just right click on property, go down to properties. This box will pop up, and where it says actions, and you click on the play sound. Now, this is in the guide, okay? I'm going to go through this, but this is all in the guide, and I'll show you where in the guide because you should have a reference all the time. And I don't expect anybody to remember everything I say. So, especially if you put a price alert on today and then 2 days from now you want to put another one and you've completely forgotten what I've said. Okay? So, but right now you click on the play sound and click on the set up the sound. So you can put one text to speech, okay? If you want. You don't have to. So in other words, the symbol will be read out. Otherwise, you use custom sound and then you select the sound. And these are 3 folders that we've put in for you, okay? Each folder has a series of price alerts or sounds. So here are the sounds in that folder called Mad Money. So you could click on gong and open it and play it. And if you like that sound, then you say, okay, a couple of times, And then that gets attached to the alert window that you started the whole exercise from. Okay. Now, again, it's in the guide. Yeah, OPF, I probably should even be in this one, but I'm not in it yet. Um, so in the guide, I'm sorry, guys, all these, man, they try to get you. Your parcel has been held because something's wrong. Please click on this link. Okay. Click on my homepage link. So the guide is really good, in my opinion. Okay, just scroll down till you see the education section. Click here, education section. Here is our user guide. So, for instance, you asked about sound alerts. Okay, sound alerts. All the information right there for sound alerts. You want Brokerage Plus, Jay. Okay, anybody else? Here's Brokerage Plus right there. Okay, so there's a lot of information here. Most of the major sections, or most of the major things that people want to understand how to do, are on a section unto its own. So, in other words, price alerts. You want to put a price alert on a window. Information about charts, alerts and filters, how to create a symbol list or a watch list. There's all is in the guide. Okay, and the guide, it's usually a series of text and videos. All right, guys. Wow, man, I know you guys were talking about in the YouTube room. I think IZM. Man, oh man, look at this thing, 831 to 29. Are you kidding me? You know what? It's funny because I don't think I've really seen this one on any one of these days. And it's possibly because the relative volume wasn't that great. The volume wasn't that great on this move. Today is the big volume, and now my relative volume is 4. Most of my scans, minimum of 3. So that's why I probably didn't see this move at all. But wow. China stock. Is it a China? Yeah, China stock. Offshore holding company. All right, guys. Wow, that DXYZ. Now this is not shortable for me. No. Yeah, it is actually. It is shortable for me. Interactive brokers. Not that I want to short it right now, but what a move. Yeah, I mean, last week this was a low of 850. Right now, 29. So a week and 2 days. Yeah, Sarah, you're not allowed to mention DXYZ, okay? I got most of mine at $70. So there's $10 on the table. I'm kidding, of course. Mention away. Okay, give me a moment, guys. So you don't have the AI, I'm assuming, TSP, so TSP Co, teaspoon O, or however you want to call yourself. So these are the alerts today. Okay, there's the time. Only three: 9:46, 9:47, and 10. These are the ones. Now, interestingly, this RVSN triggered in two different strategies. Same time though, or same price. It doesn't happen that often. OPFI obviously was a successful one early. And yesterday we only had these ones. Well, this is how it alerts. You basically you just load this window, okay? And if you, excuse me, you make it part of your layout. Nothing happens until at least 9:40. There was one at 9:40, 9:54, 10:29, and 10:30. Only four yesterday. Okay. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them and if you trade them, of course, is completely up to you. And we always say, I mean, it's a combination of man and machine. The machine will I'll give you the alert, but it's better if manage the trade yourself. So when you say how it alerts, I mean that this is exactly if you were showing up today or tomorrow, before 9:40, this window will be blank. Okay, this will be a blank window, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll see an entry time. You'll see again. When I say entry price, I wish it. I'd rather call this an alert price because I think people get hung up and wow, this is at 305, and now the price now it's at 307. I guess I'm late. Okay, I'd rather call this an alert price. And then you have a stop if you want to follow that the AI generated stop. So that's how it works. It's really that simple. Now you can try all this. Not too far from now. Not too. What time is it? Or the date is the 9th, April 9th, right now. So let me put this link in here. Like always, Denver on the BTTR. Like always, until the day it isn't. But yeah, we see this all the time well, all the time. Look at these topping kit. Look at how ugly this is. This BTTR, very difficult intraday trader. I just back off it. Don't care. So I put in the contest link and also so please listen carefully. If you are wanting to try us out, the test drive, as we call it, will start on the 19th. It'll begin at the open on the 19th. Let me see what date. I think that's probably a Friday. Yeah, so a Friday, the 19th, and it'll run to the 29th inclusive, okay? Okay, the 19th to the 29th inclusive. So all day on the 19th, all day on the 29th. That'll cost you $7.77. You'll have access to the full package, our full premium service. So we do not have free trials, but seven if you can afford $7.77, then go for it because this will give you a decent idea about what the program's all about. If you are a a standard subscriber and you want to try out our premium service, basically it's probably because you want to see what the AI is all about. You can do it also for the 777. You'll be upgraded to our premium service. And just a note, when it's all over, we do not put you into a subscription automatically, okay? You don't have to worry. Nothing to unsubscribe from. There'll be a nice promo code if you do want to take out a subscription, but we do not put you into a subscription. Now, also, as a bonus, during this test drive, we are having our contest. This will be, I think, the fourth or fifth contest. And if this will start on the 23rd, which is a Tuesday, and end at the end of market hours, 4 o'clock on Thursday. Okay, so 3 days, and it's a stock picking contest. So whoever wins will win $2,400 Amazon gift certificate. Okay, so this is sort of an added bonus. And if you're a premium subscriber, you're automatically in the contest. Okay, if you want to be, I mean, you don't have to be in the contest, but excuse me, it's kind of fun. During those 3 days, I will be showing the leaderboard, and it's really fascinating to see how the leaderboard changes. Okay, so that is the contest. That is the so again, we don't have free trials, and we only do this maybe only 3 times a year now. So again, if you're at all interested in trying us out, it's only $7.77. Plus, you get a chance to win a $2,400 gift certificate from Amazon. Okay. Well, it's hard to know because the question in the YouTube room, if I miss the entry price of the AI, what is the first thing I look at? Well, as I've explained several times, OPFI, I did not want to take this trade anyway until it broke 310. Now, if it pulled back down here like it did, and then it's coming back up, it becomes something that could be viable again. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can. I mean, you'll get you get 15% off $7.77. I guess you can use Barry 15. Okay. Okay, I guess you can do that. So you get 15% off $7.77. So every trade is different though, Bizazi. Okay. I mean, I can't say what's the first thing you do if you miss the entry. Depends how far, again, if the entry is at if the alert is at 305 and you don't see it until it's 341, well, you're not going to take the trade. Now maybe you wait for it to come back down. Maybe it hits that entry price again or the alert price again. Watch the way it's trading, and so every alert will be different. So there's no first thing I look for. But remember, I use the AI like a watch list. I don't take every trade. A lot of. Oh no, I'm way out of the. Of course, I'm not in OPFI anymore. I mean, I had that beautiful pop early on, and that was it for me. I mean, I didn't get out right at the very top, but it met my requirements. Number one, it was after 9:45. I do not like personally. I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes, so it hit at 9:46, so it became a candidate. But more so, it became a candidate because of all the room it had left. All right, guys. Well, what time is it now? It's 2:06. William, what is your time frame today? 4-ish. Okay, so I usually take off at around noon. Sorry, 3 o'clock Eastern, noon my time. 3 o'clock Eastern, and William will keep the room open, the main room open till about 4. He says, okay, and what I'll do in our YouTube room, I do have to shut the YouTube room down, but I will put the main trading room link in our YouTube room so you can head over to the main room if you want. Whew. Okay, guys. Yeah, you mentioned that one yesterday, I think, Jose. Was it yesterday? Sava? Yeah, nice. Very nice run. Very, very nice. I know you mentioned this one yesterday, Jose. Any news on this one? Still trying to defend themselves? This is the Alzheimer drug, or I guess drug that you know is met with some controversy, shall we say? You can look If I look back here, you can see this was a $150 stock, and then some reports came out that they may have fudged their data was erroneous. That's about that's the nicest I'm going to say. And since then it has been nice little pop. Now I'm not trying to destroy the trade for you, but to understand why this all happened. Okay, yeah, I wasn't trying to, but nicely done. And looking left, it came right into that high, and let's see if it takes that out. The high right there is 25.44. The high right there, 25.38. So right in that area. Takes that out, then the next high is 25.74. So I mean, it has a shot, I guess. Okay, guys. So I went over the contest. Now I'll just go over briefly the information you can find on my homepage. All right. So there's my link for my homepage. I'll just get it up here. So again, if you want, um, I'm hoping it's got to happen that this option of having the top list displayed like this has to be in time for the test drive. Okay, so again, if you have a top list window, and you right click and you do not have this option that says show tree map. Okay, so there's what you'll see. There's your typical top list grid. To turn it into something that's, in my opinion, way more presentable, you have to have that show tree map as an option. So if you don't have that as an option, you must download the latest beta. So on my homepage, if you scroll up to the download area, download beta. Okay. And don't worry. I mean, anything you've done, you're not going to lose anything by downloading the beta. All right. If you can't wait for this test drive and you have to have trade ideas right now, here's a promo code you can use. You'll get 15% off right now, off the first month only or the entire year. using Barry 15. Again, if you take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started, 10 short videos, new to trading, Trading 101, a free series of videos for you. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Big education section is here. And before we look at my scans, if you do take out a subscription, all I ask is that you use my promo code. This is a free room. The way we keep it free is the company knows, then you use my code that it's from the room, okay? And that's how we keep the room free. And then here are my scans. Okay, I'm not going to go over them at all, but here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. If you have a question about any one of the scans, you can of course ask me. I don't have them all up and running at the same time. It would be way, way, way too many. Security lady. Unfortunately, no. So I should always say that the contest is only available. Okay. Now you can take the test drive. There's no problem in taking the test drive. But in order for you to be part of the contest, you have to have access to this Brokerage Plus. Now, let me just qualify that for a bit because I know they're trying, but I don't know if they're going to be successful. Just let me. I know there's a marketing meeting, well, that's already underway, but just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, okay? I'm gonna ask this question. So I know they're trying to develop a web-based version of this. Okay, right now the only way you can use this is if you're using our downloadable application. Okay, and I know they were trying to get it wouldn't be it wouldn't be a fully functional, but a way in which you can take trades. Okay, for the contest. And I just asked the question. Otherwise, you'd have to be prepared to use something like Parallels or like an emulation program or AWS, Amazon Web Services, or something like that. Okay. Now you can take the test drive using a Mac because we do have the web-based version. But right now, the web-based version does not have the ability to have this Brokerage Plus window. Okay, perfect. Okay, I just got an answer. So I asked, what are the chances that the web-based version of B Plus will be available for the contest? And the answer was high, only for simulation, of course. You won't be able to place trades through your broker or anything like that, but for the simulator. So that's good. That means if you're on a Mac, you can take part in the contest without having to run an emulation program or AWS. Okay, so that's good. I know they were. That's the reason why we didn't have a contest last month. We had I can't remember if we've had 3 or 4 before, at least 3 anyway. And we didn't have one last month because I think they were really trying to make sure that we could, have the contest open to people with Macs or just wanting to use the web-based version, tablets, etc. And so they had to work like mad to get a version of Brokerage Plus. I don't know what it'll probably be called Brokerage Plus Lite or something like that. So you could place simulation trades. It will never, shouldn't say never, but probably will not be available to make live trades. But obviously for the contest, that doesn't matter. You too. Have a great day yourself, Ms. Security Lady. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, guys. So OPFI is sort of setting up in a little bit of a red bar ignored pattern, sort of. Well, not sort of. I guess it is. So if you look at the 15-minute chart, I don't know. I don't know if this will be that dynamic going forward, but if you look at the 15-minute chart, you will see. Let me get a big one up. So there is a pattern that we call a red bar ignored. Okay, so you can see we've got some green candles. We have a red bar right there, and this is on the 15-minute, totally engulfed by the previous 15-minute candle. And then the next candle is green, and if it breaks above the high of the high of that red candle, that is a suggested entry area. So you look at it this way: you've got an uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, uptrend continues. Now, I don't know how much further this uptrend is going to continue. Obviously, if I knew for sure that it would get up to here, we'd all be in it. But that is a red bar ignored pattern, and you could put a stop at the low of the red bar, 310. And the red bar ignored, green bar ignored would just be the reverse. If you had a series of red candles and then a green bar totally engulfed by the previous red candle, and then the next candle is red. Again, just think of it this way: downtrend, pause in the downtrend, downtrend continues. This is just the reverse: uptrend, pause, uptrend continues. Okay, guys, 2:20 now. So I have another 40 minutes or so. Good questions today. It keeps me occupied, when it's a little bit down. I haven't had a new alert for quite a while. Here 203 was the last, and this is a pretty active scanner, and that's the last one I had was at 203 for SSTI, and that's a pretty active scanner. Security lady. If you're still around, though, hopefully you heard me. Because it looks like the a web-based version of Brokerage Trust will be available, so it won't be strictly a donation to the cause. Talking to somebody, but I think she might have gone. Somebody in our YouTube room. So wave, yeah, wave on the way down or the way up. Okay, so this was a big one from yesterday, of course. big move yesterday. No, there's no economic news or earnings reports, Dan. Okay. And the question was, do the AI alerts apply to economic news or earnings reports as well? No, we don't. I mean, we can scan for stocks that are having earnings, but the AI doesn't really care about that. All it cares about is something that might be interesting happening chart wise. Okay. And, look, if something is happening interesting, chart-wise, more than likely, either it's an earnings report or maybe some news specifically to it. Now, as far as economic news is concerned, no. And that's something you have to be aware of too, because it's not mostly technical, it's almost 100% technical. Because, they're designed. The AI will get out of every trade at the end of the day. So, a lot of fundamental stuff doesn't matter, right? I mean, you my alerts or my scans and the AI could produce ideas of stocks that are just terrible. I mean, when I say terrible, they could be on the verge of bankruptcy. Uh, they could be in a horrible downtrend. But today, perhaps for whatever reason, they're having a day. Okay, so the AI doesn't care about things like that. I don't care either in my scans, because all I'm looking for is a stock that is trading abnormally today. And as you know, I mean, there traders will come in and take a look at beaten up stocks. Doesn't mean that the companies are turning around or anything. They're looking for beaten up stocks and just as a pure trade. Yeah, no, there's no doesn't the only well, first of all, the CPI, most of those numbers are in the pre-market, right? So it's not going to affect the AI only starts alerting at earliest at 9:40. Most of those numbers, in fact, I think all those numbers are all in the pre-market. So all that is built in. So for instance, let's just say the numbers were awful and the market is just tanking, okay? And the AI has the way the AI in theory works is that there are I don't know how many strategies there are anymore, but we used to have about 50 strategy, 50. And so what would happen is overnight the AI would go through what's called an optimization procedure. And it would go through each strategy would go through a bunch of permutations and combinations, back test over usually at least 3 months. And the strategies that made the cut, making the cut meaning had a proper win percentage and profit factor, those are the strategies that you would see for the next day. So that would happen overnight. Okay. Let's just say, for argument's sake, that a bunch of them were long strategies. The pre-market numbers come out, like the CPI and jobs numbers, whatever, and those numbers, and the market is tanking. More than likely, those long strategies may not produce any alerts because of the market, if that makes sense. And maybe if there were some short strategies that made the cut after the optimization procedure, those might be the better ones. Again, if that makes sense. Now, what can happen, of course, is that something midday, like, what the problem that we're starting to face is that these Fed presidents are wanting to talk. Okay. Now we're in a 2 week period where they can't talk because I guess, or William, when can they start talking again? Because what we were finding, and that's why I posted the economic calendar, because you'll see all these Fed guys when all these Fed guys are talking. And you'll see, okay, some guy might be talking at 10 o'clock, some guy might be talking at 11 o'clock, noon, 1 o'clock, and they can have an effect on the market, because it's all interest rate stuff, right? So if one guy comes out and says, you know what, I think we might have to, increase the rate. Well, guess what's going to happen short term to the market? So if you're in a trade, AI or whatever, and it's, working nicely because the market was just kind of, doing not much. And then all of a sudden a guy comes out with that statement, who knows what can happen to that stock? And it's you can't predict what's going to happen. Now, the day of FOMC, that's a defined, we know that there's going to be fireworks generally at 2 o'clock. And if there's a press conference at 2:30, on that day, I would always be very, depending if you're in a stock that is kind of dependent on what the overall market's doing, you've got to be very careful. Most of the things that we see here, a stock that, most of them are not that dependent on what the market's doing within reason. I mean, if the market all of a sudden takes 1,000 points, even though these are alpha stocks that are kind of trading on their own, within reason, these stocks will be kind of trading on their own. So for instance, you look at IZM today. Well, even the last few days, the SPY was not doing this every day. Okay. Market was not doing this every single day. So this was a stock that is completely and utterly trading on its own. Didn't care what its sector was doing. Probably didn't care what China was doing. This is a China-based stock. Probably didn't care. Let's just take a look at KWEB. Try to remember what that chart looks like. Look at KWEB. This is this is an ETF for China that I use. Does KWEB look like that one? Of course not. So that China stock, IZM, trading completely on its own, not caring what the China market was doing, what the overall market was doing. And that's what, that is what we really want to find. So you're not beholden to, some guy coming out, some Fed president coming out and saying something that kind of, scares the market for a while. But it's amazing. I mean, I did not see this one. This is the first time I've seen this one, and it's today and because the relative volume, obviously, until today was not over 3. But look at this, man. Since I've talked, I think this has been up $3. Since I just brought this one up, I think it's popped $3. Lifetime high. It's a lifetime high. And every time you see this, even if I had seen this, earlier, you think, okay, well, I guess that's it. Well, maybe that's it. It can't go any further. Maybe that's it. That's it. That's it. Who knows? Tomorrow we might see another giant green candle. All right, guys. Wow, 2:31 already. Now I'm expecting a phone call maybe in, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. If that happens, I will be gone. Okay. It's interesting. Lots of shorts available in Interactive Brokers. 500,000 for IZM. All right, guys. So again, I've got about 20 minutes left or so, a little over 20 minutes left. So you have any questions? Again, it's been great today. Actually, a lot of good questions. So I'm going to have to wait and see what happens with this one tomorrow. This PCSA. This is on. I have had a lot of hope for this one. So I still have my price alert set for PCSA up in this area. That blue line. It did get above it briefly, but of course, again, why do I care? Because if I look left, look at the room it's got. 437, 439 or so is the next high looking left. 439. So if you can ever really break free of this area, it could have a chance to start filling in this area on the chart. So all I'm doing is I'm just putting my price alert here. If it happens tomorrow, great. The day after, or it may never happen. You can sort of see on the weekly chart, it's trying to curl a bit. You're welcome, Dan, in our YouTube room. What's your stop? What is your stop on PCSA? Okay, from our YouTube room. What is your stop? What are you in, and what price are you in, and what is your stop? Because even if you're swinging something, you have to have a stop. Now, of course, the problem can be you wake up the next day and it's through your stop. But what is your stop for? What is your stop? What is your price that you're getting out of the trade because it's not working? No, it's not abnormal. I know. The only reason I saw it is that I put a price alert yesterday on it because it was pretty active yesterday. It had to be, otherwise I wouldn't have seen it. I put the price alert and it triggered this morning, and I had to, jog my memory. Well, why did I put a price alert? And then when I looked at the chart, I said, "Ah, that's why, because it had all this room." But I ended up not doing anything because again, it just didn't. The volume just did not persist, and I wanted it to take this area out, this 322 area. So 295 is your stop. So you're close. Well, I mean, obviously, had there been some volume coming in, this would have been awesome. Okay, because look at all the room it's got. But the volume just didn't come in. And that's why I put a price alert. It doesn't turn green. I don't act on it. It's a pretty tight stop for a swing, though. But it's up to you. I mean, you could get stopped out right now. At 295 for the PCSA. But I'll think good thoughts for you. Okay. All right, guys. Anything that showed up that we didn't see earlier? Not really. Maybe the NRIX. Let's take a look. NRIX. Yeah, pretty ugly looking. Let me take a look at maybe. I think some of you were watching BMR. Ah, ugly, ugly, ugly. Well, if I were going to swing this one, if I were, if I were bound and determined to, no, I'm sorry, you're talking about the other one, the PCSA. Um, I would probably have to give it down to the low of yesterday's candle. So if let's just say here's the exercise. I mean, let's just say I got in at 3 and right there, let's say that low was 250, 50 cents away. I would have to be able to look left and say, well, could this run a dollar for me? And yes, it could before it hits the next high. So even on a swing trade, I still have to have a proper rate of return or risk reward. But if you're going to me anyway, if you're going to swing trade, you have to have a slightly wider stop. Otherwise, you can get stopped out just like that. But I'm not telling you to put that. I mean, you're already share size yourself in. So, but don't change the stop just because I said that because then you're adding 40 cents on to the number of shares. If you ever got stopped out, which is way more than what your risk should be, the amount of dollars. So don't listen to me. All I'm saying is that if I were going to swing this, it would probably be it would be the low of yesterday. But I'm not a swing trader, so there's that. I'm not a swing trader. I think it's going to be for me. It's going to be fascinating to see where this DXYZ goes again. There's a little pullback. There's the high. What we have to do is find another one that is kind of like this. All they're doing is they're an investment company, just an investment company, and I guess they got an investment in OpenAI and a few others that I believe people are aware of. I mean, in terms of companies that people are aware of. Obviously, OpenAI is one. SpaceX. Okay, thank you, William. So SpaceX and also OpenAI. So your job, William, is to find another equivalent to that DXYZ that I mean, it just started trading as DXYZ 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago. Well, maybe not even that. I don't know what day this started. Well, there's the day. There's the day it started to trade on the 26th, March the 26th. So was this a SPAC? I can't tell if this was a SPAC. No, whatever it was, what an unbelievable run from $9 to, well, actually, pre-market today was 120, in in like two weeks. And the reason it can do that, of course, is the float. I mean, there was not many in the float, 9 million in the float. So that's the reason it can have moves like that, because of the float is so low. Anything new to say about MDIA? Probably not. I think it's dead. Yeah. To me, it's just dead. I mean, you never know what might happen tomorrow, but when you see these big topping tails, it doesn't give you a lot of confidence, even if tomorrow all of a sudden it's hard to move. But remember, big topping tail 2 days ago, stock was up to almost 7, closed down here at 389, fell yesterday, another big topping tail, a little over 5, but right back down to 4. The more topping tails you get, it's going to be tougher and tougher to convince people to trade this, to go long, in my opinion, anyway. Is that an inverted hammer? I don't know. I don't. I don't know patterns at all. Okay, maybe somebody can. Somebody who knows patterns. I don't know if this is an inverted pattern. You're talking about on the 15? Oh, on the daily. On the daily, that I don't know. If you're talking about this big bottoming tail, like a hammer, I guess. I mean, I sort of know what a hammer is, but you can tell I really don't pay too much attention to all the different names that patterns have. Yeah, I can see how I could. Yeah, I could grab this here and wave it around like a hammer. Oh, on the first one. On the first one. Oh, I see, an inverted hammer. So that would be a hammer, and that would be an inverted hammer. I see. Okay, sure. I guess I'm sure a lot of people would have thought, because I remember this day, and it gets up to 31 and it closes down here. Okay, that's it. It's over. What? How can it possibly go higher? And you see it the next day. All right, whatever. Even the next day, it's still not at that high. Then all of a sudden it explodes up to 120. Unbelievable. But I guess this is a hammer, right? That's the hammer. So never know. Tomorrow takes out the high of 100. It may go again. Ah, VBIV secondary during market hours. Good for them. Well, luckily, it's nothing I was going to be watching because it was under a dollar. Well, actually, at this point, it wasn't. All right, guys. Well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the main trading room link in our YouTube room. So if you guys want to head over, I'm going to be taking off pretty soon. But if you Haven't had enough of talking about stocks. This is the link for the main room, okay, for those of you who are still in our YouTube room, okay, there's the link for the main room. And William will keep that room open until 4-ish, as he said. No screen sharing. Nobody will be on the mic. It reminds me of that guy. Remember the guy who used to come in here and 35 years in the chair, whatever, however he phrased it. And he said, you know what? You should let me get on the mic when you leave. He's been gone for a couple of months anyway, maybe 2 or 3 months. I don't know what happened to him, but ooh, easy, William. Sure, okay, Wiggle. What are your credentials to get on the mic? Give me a brief resume. I know you're joking. So was I. Believe me, so was I. Oh, SLNA. I thought, when you were talking about it, when I saw this, I thought that was at least I thought it was $10, but it's 10 cents. Okay. Well, you never know, right? You never know. Maybe today's the day it really gets rolling again. Just been a disaster though. Wow. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions, so I think I'll take off now. So thanks again for all the help, and I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So remember, that's half an hour before the market opens, so you can come into the rooms, at that time. Actually, you can come into the main room at 8 o'clock, or by 8 o'clock. It's usually open between 7:30 and 8. I don't get on the mic though until 9. But there's a lot of chatter though from that 8 to 9 period. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, and YouTubers, now I'll shut you guys down.